We're gonna be on the deep seas, are we?
No, I have actually no idea why I decided to say that, but a second, let me borrow my notes because this is my first time, believe it or not, my first time teaching A, two people at once, and B, having an actual plan together. The first time I taught people, it was just kind of a mess. So hopefully this will be a little bit more structured. Let's start with a basic idea of your guys' characters. What kind of do you have any kind of basic idea of what type of character you want? It could be to what kind of fighting style they're going to be using. It could be what kind of personality they're going to be having. Just anything, any kind of basic idea for your character.
Me. Go ahead, Melody.
No, it's okay. Go.
I really don't have any idea.
Okay.
I'm not sure what class I would want to do or anything like that.
Well, don't think about classes because we're gonna go through the classes. Just think about like maybe like fighting style. Like, do you want him to use magic? Do you want him to use a sword and shield? Do you want him to have divine powers? Do you want him to I don't know. Just how do you want? How do you like? What idea do you have in your mind for how they're gonna be in combat? Because there's a bunch of different things we can do to make whatever class it is fit that profile. So fuck the classes. Just get an idea out.
Divine power?
Divine power sounds fucking dope.
Why not?
Hell yeah.
There's like dark magic, right?
Sure, yeah, there's dark magic.
I think I want to go like dark magic or like being able to like use darkness in some form of fashion, I guess.
Okay, so here's my question for both of you. Now, do you want you're kind of polar opposites. One wants divine magic, one wants dark magic. Do you guys want to be focused like pretty much solely on the divine/dark magic, or do you want a character that's a bit more on the fighting style side, but has access to the dark slash light magic?
I think I'd be fighting style, but access to dark magic.
Okay.
And based on that, I'll go the other way.
All right, beautiful. So, let me look at some. 'Cause I think there's a. Yes, here we go. Okay, so, Melody, you are absolutely, positively going to be a cleric. That's your thing. That's how you're gonna get your divine power. That's the class you're gonna be. So in your class, you're gonna have to click that little gear that's on your character sheet at the top right.
Wait. Question: are you already streaming yourself? Is anybody streaming himself and stuff?
I'm currently streaming.
I am also currently streaming. Hi, Nuggies. Nuggies just jumped into chat.
Nuggies.
Yeah, Nuggies isn't mine too.
That's Nosferatu. I'm a back. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, then I guess we'll start with you, Nosferatu.
Still with mine.
Yeah. So you have a few options here, because you like with the whole dark magic but still fighting stuff. You could either do a multi-class kind of deal, which you won't be able to do to start with, because I'm starting you all at level 1. So no matter what, you have to choose your one class, whatever you're starting as. So that means you could either start with Warlock, which is like the dark magic kind of class, and then later on once you gain some levels and feel comfortable with the amount of dark magic that you have, you could multi-class into something that's more of a fighting style. But that would mean you'd have to hold off on the fighting style and main with the dark magic for a while. Or vice versa, do some kind of fighting style character, and then later on multi-class into the warlock and just go without the dark magic for a while. The other end of that is there are subclasses for some of the more combat-oriented characters. I don't know if you have any interest in being a rogue, but the rogue has an arcane trickster subclass that delves into the warlock spells. Fighter has the Eldritch Knight, which doesn't necessarily delve into warlock spells, but it does delve into wizard spells, which has a wide variety. I'm sure you could find some dark magic shit in there. There's the Psi Warrior, which focuses mostly on psychic damage kind of shit for the fighter. I think there's some stuff for the monk. So let me go through what the classes kind of entail. The fighting, the more combat oriented classes. The rogue is pretty self-explanatory, right? It's all about stealth, getting the drop on people, that kind of fun shit. No, it's not you. No matter what class you pick, it's Dungeons and Dragons. You are not restricted by any means to any one kind of play style just because this is the class you choose. Like if you choose a rogue, you're not stuck with daggers, right? You can be a rogue that like dual wields swords if you want to, or uses a bow and arrow, or hell, you could be a rogue that really likes heavy weapons for some reason. That could still work because the abilities still apply and can actually make for some really interesting mixes. But their abilities revolve around, getting sneak attack damage and gaining expertise in certain things and having a higher dexterity modifier and shit like that. The fighter is your basic warrior build. You can choose a fighting style, and so it's a very versatile class with a lot of different abilities, like two-weapon fighting. That's where not only can you dual wield, but now you're better at dual wielding, and it's actually a lot more helpful to do dual wielding with this class. Or dueling, in which you hold one sword and one weapon in one hand and nothing in the other, and you get a bonus for that. Or defense, which you just get a bonus to your armor. Just a very basic kind of combat character, but very useful and can be very powerful. Barbarian, they're the ones that rage. They are the tankiest motherfuckers.
Yeah.
If you want to be the guy that doesn't wear any armor and just charges into battle and rages a bunch, that's what you want to go with. I'm sure that if you really wanted that as a mix with your dark magic, that could probably be done. And lastly, we have monk. I would say ranger. You could technically go ranger, but I don't think that fits the style you're going for. And
Gotcha.
monk is all about... yes, I may be using a stick, but I will still beat the ever-loving shit out of you. Monks are actually, like, despite the way it sounds, monks are disgustingly strong. So.
But can monks spec over to darkness?
Multi-classing,
Multi-classing, yeah.
multi-classing is all about what kind of stats you have. If you started as a monk and you wanted to go into being a warlock, let me actually look
Let's see.
at what it would take to multi-class into warlock. Multi-class. All right, Warlock, you would just need a charisma rating of a charisma score of 13, which for scores generally 20 is the maximum unless you have some kind of magical items or something. So as long as your charisma is 13, you could technically multi-class into Warlock at any time.
Gotcha. I think it'd be fun to do like a dark monk.
A dark monk? Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing with that is the monk in itself has some darker subclasses.
Ooh.
Yes.
Is this on D&D Beyond?
Yes.
Like where you can find the subclasses?
Yes and no. D&D Beyond is very like useful. It's very user friendly, very easy to navigate, and it has a lot of information on it. However, it's a money grab because anything that's pretty much not either being beta tested, as in they have this beta test thing going where there's a bunch of shit called Unearthed Arcana, or like the basic game shit. If it's not one of those, you have to buy the digital version of the books from their website in order to get access to reading it on their website. It's a big pain in the ass. So pretty much I use D&D Beyond because it's easier to navigate, and so for the simple shit I just jump around. I made the dumbass mistake of actually paying for the shit on here because I wanted access to more shit on a more user-friendly site. However, D&D 5e Wikidot, that has all the info for free. It's just a little less user-friendly. Just a little less.
Gotcha, okay.
So if actually that's a great point. If you want to go to D&D 5e Wikidot, I'll get a link to that real quick.
Yeah, I have it pulled up on my side.
All right, beautiful. Then you should be able to, on the very front page, scroll down to the monk subclasses and be able to see the names of the different options. And the names definitely do entail like what kind of subclass it's going to be. They're not like
Oh, like Mercy, Astral Self, Long Death, like those ones are
yeah.
the subclasses? Okay.
Yeah. Long Death, Way of the Long Death, Way of the Shadow. Those would both be cool ones for you. Way of the Open Hand is like one of the most basic, but it's still really good. Way of the Kensei is just more of a focus on weapons that aren't normally considered monk weapons. I have no idea what the fuck the Cobalt Soul is. I haven't read this in a million years. Way of the Astral Self is basically you conjuring ghost versions of your limbs to do far more damage. Yes, bless you, whoever that was. I don't know if that was someone on your side, Nosferatu, or if that was Melody.
I think that was Melody.
Okay.
I think Long Death would be fun as a sub.
All right, now bear in mind, you see these abilities. You're getting the first ability of this when you choose this tradition at 3rd level. Then your next ability, the Hour of Reaping, you'll get at 6th level. Then the next ability, Mastery of Death, you'll get at 11th. Remember that your plan is going to be to multi-class into Warlock at some point.
I feel like Death is dark enough. Like instead of a dark monk, doing a death monk kind of thing.
Sure, you could do that. Now that begs the question, do you still plan on going into Warlock, or does this subclass excite you enough to want to stick with Monk?
I think the subclass. I think I'll just stick with the subclass and not go Warlock.
Okay, cool. So Then yeah, go ahead and type the. Even though you don't technically get the subclass until you choose it at 3rd level, go ahead and type in the name of the subclass anyway into your character sheet.
All right. Oh, I think I had to click out of it.
All right, Melody, your turn. Let's talk about your class and subclass.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so you are going to be a cleric. So on your character sheet, when you're hovering over, where it says like class, level, background, race, all that stuff, there's a little gear that pops up. I want you to click that gear. That'll allow you to start editing. Click on your class and choose cleric. Perfect.
Yes.
Now, do you have D&D Beyond open?
D&D Beyond, the regular one?
Yeah, dndbeyond.com.
Now it's open.
Okay. Now I'm actually gonna post a link real quick because there's another website. I don't know if you heard me explaining to Nosferatu why we have both of them.
Yeah, I have it open. I got you.
All right, and I'm gonna get a link to Wikidot because that's a weird website. Link. Class 1. Boom. Oh, I leveled up in my own chat. Would you look at that? All right. So on D&D Beyond, I want you to hover over game rules. It'll open up, the window. Shows all the classes on the left side. You're going to click on Cleric. You're gonna keep this open, but for the most part, we're gonna be looking on D&D 5e. You're gonna keep this open because when we start doing more with this in our later classes and your characters level up, you're gonna be using this to keep track of what abilities you're getting as a cleric. So in the Wikidot, I want you to go down to the cleric subclasses. It'll show a big list of them. The second you open up the website, it'll already have like a huge list of things. It'll start, I think, with feats at the top, and then you'll see.
What?
Are you on dnd5e.wikidot.com? Okay. Just start scrolling down. Oh, no, sorry. It starts with spells. So start scrolling down, you'll see spells, and then you'll see the races, and then backgrounds, and then it says the Artificer, the Barbarian, the Bard. Get yourself down to Cleric. Those are all these subclasses.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And then open which one?
Which one of them looks interesting to you? What seems like an interesting title for your character? What kind of thing are you going for?
So I have to know it or like interesting, because you keep using the word interesting.
Sorry, I just do whatever interests you,
Interest, I guess.
Yeah, like
I just asked because it's like if I have to know, then I have no clue. But if you're saying interesting, I'm gonna take a random guess.
no, just any title, any name here that goes like, hey, I wonder what that's about, or hey, oh, you know what, death domain, that sounds cool, or maybe life domain. Oh, that sounds like it'd probably be a lot of healing shit. That's probably what I want right there. Whatever you want. Whatever sounds cool, whatever piques your interest.
Twilight domain.
Huh?
Twilight domain.
Twilight domain. All right, let's take a look at the Twilight domain.
Gone. Yes.
Okay. Twilight transition from light to darkness often brings calm and even joy. As the days blah 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 blah. You can. I don't. This is not one that I often use, so I'm gonna be reading this along with you. Your first level, which as a cleric you get your subclass when you start because clerics.
Hey.
Eyes of the night. Starting at first level, you can see through the deepest gloom. You have dark vision out to a range of 300 feet. That is real good. Being able to see in the dark for 300 feet is crazy. Note that dark vision means that, like, yes, you can see, but you can't see color.
That sounds good to me.
In that radius, you can see in dim light as if it were bright light, and in darkness as if it were dim light. Okay, that's cool. As an action, you can magically share the dark vision of this feature with willing creatures that you can see within 10 feet of you, up to a number of creatures equal to your wisdom modifier, which we'll get into that later. But essentially, that means as long as people are close enough to you, you can share this dark vision with other people. This is probably not something that's going to come in too much in handy in combat, because 10 feet isn't that close, and combat usually spreads people out, but that's still a cool thing to have. The shared dark vision lasts for an hour, which is a long fucking time. Once you share it, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. So I'll explain the difference between long and short rests a little later, but note that that's pretty common for a lot of abilities, especially more complex abilities. Unless you expend a spell slot of any level to share it again. Interesting. Okay. Spell slots, if you hadn't guessed, is how you cast spells. So you'd be giving up a spell slot, which means that instead of using that spell slot later to cast a spell, you'd be using it to use this ability again. Channel Divinity, Twilight Sanctuary. Now, all clerics get Channel Divinity, but their subclasses kind of change it. And so yours, you can use your Channel Divinity to refresh your allies with Soothing Twilight. As an action, you present your holy symbol, and a sphere of twilight emanates from you. The sphere is centered on you, has a 30-foot radius, and is filled with dim light. The sphere moves with you, and it lasts for 1 minute, or until you are incapacitated or die. Whenever a creature, including you, ends its turn in the sphere, you can grant that creature one of these benefits. You grant it temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus your cleric level. That's really good. You end one effect on it, causing it to be charmed or frightened. This is a very supporty kind of ability. Essentially, anybody that's close enough to you while you have this ability active, you can give them temporary hit points, which temporary hit points are pretty much, they're like putting a wall in front of somebody. Whoever's attacking them has to chip through their temporary hit points before they can get to their actual hit points. Or you can end an effect on them, causing them to be charmed or frightened. So if someone's charmed or frightened, you could just say, "You're not anymore."
That sounds awesome.
Steps of Night. Starting at 6th level, you can draw on the mystical power of night to rise into the air as a bonus action. When you are in a dim light or darkness, you can magically give yourself a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 minute. That's fucking crazy, actually. You can use this bonus action a number of times equal to your proficiency modifier, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. That is a crazy ability.
Crazy bad or crazy good?
Crazy good. That's fucking nuts. Being able to fly in and of itself is crazy.
That seems hella dope.
Yeah. Let alone being able to fly at your walking speed, which is 30 feet per turn. That's nuts. I mean, unless you choose a smaller rate. We'll get into that later. But regardless, that's dope. And it's a bonus action, which is even more dope, because how combat works is on your turn, you have an action and a bonus action. The action is like your main thing. Most things that you'd have to do take an action. A bonus action is considered a faster thing and is kind of like a side thing. And so if you could find more shit to do as a bonus action, that's good. At 8th level, Divine Strike, you gain the ability to infuse your weapon strikes with divine energy. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can cause the attack to deal an extra 1d8 psychic damage. That is very good. 1d8 is a lot. When you reach 14th level, the extra damage increases to 2d8. So, the d8... When we're talking about dice, it's the side, how many sides of the dice? A D8 is an 8-sided die. 2d8 is 2 of those dice.
Gotcha.
So, like, if you ever hear me tell you to roll a d4 or roll a d6, you know exactly what I'm talking about now. Twilight Shroud. At 17th level, the Twilight that you summon offers a protective embrace. You and your allies have half cover while in the sphere created by your Twilight Sanctuary. So, the Twilight Sanctuary thing that allows you to give people temporary hit points, it also offers you half cover, which essentially just makes it real hard for people to hit you.
I love this.
Yeah. Now, mind you, you have to level up to get these. You don't just get these off the bat. It will take you some time to get these. But
Motivation.
yes.
Yeah. Get them levels.
Is that what you want? Is that the subclass you want? Are you super psyched about being a Twilight Domain? All right, type it in. Type it into your subclass and roll 20.
Honestly, seems like a dope subclass.
There's a lot of dope subclasses. There's a lot of dope subclasses.
Storm.
Twilight Domain. Perfect. All right. Now, my pupils, we shall dive into races. I kind of jumped a step. I should have done races first, but it's fine. So go to D&D Beyond, because it'll be easier to see what the races look like on D&D Beyond. Even though you won't be able to check the information on all of them, I think it's better for you to get a look at them first and decide that way. And then if you can't get the info on whatever race you choose on D&D Beyond, you can always swap over to Wikidot. And I have no instructions further than that. Just go to the page, scroll through races, take as long as you want looking at them, and think about what you might want your character to be, male or female, whichever race.
Where's the races at in there?
Okay, sorry. You go to game rules, you hover over that, and on the right side you see the thing that says races.
Ah, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, most things that we're going to be going to, actually pretty much everything that we're going to be using on D&D Beyond can be found through that game rules thing.
Gotcha. Cool.
Legend. Yeah, you start out as a kid. The first two games do that. Fable 1 and Fable 2 both start you out as a kid, and then you grow up later. Like Fallout. Like Fallout 3. If you've ever played or seen gameplay of Fallout 3.
Are we just doing basic races?
No, any of the races. Any of them.
Okay. Just making sure.
I would say maybe not the Unearthed Arcana ones, the ones at the very bottom, because those are brandy new and kind of fucky, and it'll make things more complicated than they really need to be.
That's cool.
Huh?
Got you.
Hella
Okay, I
young with
think
a
I
fake
know
sword.
what race.
Sorry, what was that?
I think I know what race
Okay, what race?
that tier. That's I don't know what it is.
Satyr.
Satyr. Okay.
All right, so I don't even have that race unlocked on D&D Beyond. So we're gonna venture over to Wikidot,
Look at that.
and you're gonna scroll up pretty much to the top of the whole thing, and you're gonna find Satyr under exotic races towards the bottom of that list. Satyr.
Oh my god, so cute. Random question. When it says your creature type is Fey, what does that mean?
So, there are a lot of effects and things that are very specific to like your creature type. Everything, even humans, like any people, they're all considered by the game to be creatures, right? Even robots, they're constructs and they're still considered creatures. All this means is that instead of a humanoid like most of the other races, like humans, elves, tieflings, orcs, you are considered a fey creature. Fey
I'm sorry.
being creatures that kind of come from the Feywild, like fairies or shit like that.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at myself.
Why are you laughing at yourself?
Because I got a phone call and I answered because, family stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I answer. I only heard like the first sentence you said. I come back. I say I'm sorry, and the last thing I hear is like fairy stuff, and I'm like, perfect. I love it.
So you didn't hear that explanation.
I'm sorry. It's like, family and stuff.
No,
And
you're
it's just
fine.
so
You're
funny. I
fine.
come back at the best sentence you say. It's like, yes, fairies.
So essentially, everything in the game is considered a creature. Every living sentient being in the game is considered a creature, whether it be demons or people or even an animated robot. That's still technically a creature. It's just considered a structure, and a lot of spells and abilities and different shit is very specific to what type of creature it is. Like most people, humans, elves, orcs, tieflings, whatever the fuck, most of the races are considered humanoid. You instead are considered fey.
Gotcha. Fairies.
Now, I would like to say that most races, their walking speed is 30. Yours is 35. Take that into account when
That is
you.
good.
That's good. That means you're 5 feet faster than most other races, and
I love it.
take that into account when you think about your flying ability that matches your walking speed.
Oh yes, I love this. I love this.
You're gonna be a flying goat person.
And I can ram my head into people as an unarmed stray.
You can in fact.
And you. Who told me to drink coffee at like
Oof.
6 in the afternoon?
And you have magic resistance? Damn.
Even better. Sorry if I'm yelling.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, satyrs are fucking dope. Satyrs dope.
I love it. Done. I put in raise.
I think I'm gonna go Loxodon.
Loxodon, which one is that?
It is an elephant.
The
You know an
elephant people. Yeah. I don't.
So I'm an elephant, dark or death monk.
You are gonna be one nimble fucking elephant. Let me just tell you that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Loxodon because I think it's just gonna be fun.
That will be fun. That'd be. And actually, that would match up pretty great with monks.
I was basically going off of the pictures, and I was like, that looks like a monk. Let's go. And I'm like reading its stuff.
Yeah, hell
I'm
yeah.
like, okay. It was like most of them are lawful, but I'm like, is death and like experimenting?
Oh,
on death
don't worry
lawful
about
or evil.
don't worry about the alignments for the races. That's just like generally in the world, most of
Yeah.
them are this. But you can like you could take a race that's like the Drow. The Drow are dark elves, and they are usually some form of evil. You could take one of those and literally take it lawful good if you wanted to. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The same principle as
I'm
real
going
life.
Loxodon. I'm going Loxodon.
Alright, let me look at it, because I do not own that on D&D Beyond either, and I've never played one, so I don't really know what's entailed in this motherfucker.
Yeah, I had to pull it up on my side because I was like, oh, I don't have it unlocked here because money.
So let's mature at the
So I was
same rate
looking
as
at it.
human. However, they are considered mature by their people at 60 years old. Their lifespan can be as long as 450 years. Damn.
I'm an old guy apparently, or can be.
You can be, yes. If you wanted to be, you could be 300 years old and still have fucking 150 ahead of you. Loxodons are between
Normal
7
speed.
and 8 feet. God
Yep.
damn. And weigh
And I
between
weigh
300
to 400 pounds.
and somehow your
That's
size
only
is still medium. Yeah.
I didn't even read that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's for the purposes of shit affecting you, which I guess makes sense. As long as you have, yeah, okay, you have powerful build. At least you have that, because like Goliaths are half giants. They're pretty much about that size too. Same with Furbolgs, they're about the same size, but they all have powerful build. You count as one size larger when determining your carry capacity and the weight you can push, drag, or lift, which is way more useful than it actually sounds. Speed, speed is 30. Loxodon Serenity, you have advantage against being charmed or frightened. That's really good.
That's good. Actually,
That's real good. Natural armor, you have a thick leathery skin. When you aren't wearing armor, your AC is 12 plus your constitution modifier. Now, that will clash a little bit with the monk. You'll probably end up using the monk armorless thing more, because the monks also have kind of a I'm not wearing clothes so my defense is higher kind of shit.
Gotcha.
And you can't mix
Yeah, the
them.
monk is 10 plus dex plus wisdom modifiers.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, and I have a trunk, so I can be 5 feet underwater and still breathe.
Nice. You can grasp things with your
Or
trunk. You can
4
use it
feet,
as
I
a
think.
snorkel. It has a reach of 5 feet. Yeah, you can snorkel. And can lift a number of pounds equal to 5 times your strength score. You can use it to do the following simple tasks: lift, drop, hold, push, or pull an object or creature Open and close a door or a container. Grapple someone. That's incredibly useful. Because you can grapple somebody with your fucking trunk and then still have your arms and legs available to whack the shit out of whatever you have grappled in your trunk. Or make an unarmed strike. Your DM, me, might allow other simple tasks to be added to this list of options. It can't wield weapons or shields or do anything that requires manual precision, such as using tools or magic items or performing the somatic components of a spell. Somatic just means like doing hand movements in order to cast a spell. We'll talk more about that when we get into spells. Keen smell. Thanks to your sensitive trunk, you have advantage on wisdom, perception. So perception, survival, and investigation checks that involve smell. I don't know how much smell is gonna come like specifically is gonna come in handy, but you can always like add in like, can I smell anything?
Can I smell anything?
Yeah, because I mean you have the nose for it. You got this big ass nose with some strong senses and shit, and so you could technically be like, can I smell the scent of this dude that we're chasing? And I'll let you roll for it with advantage.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Languages. You can speak, read, and write Common and Luxodon. That's pretty dope.
Nice.
I've never seen a Luxodon used. I've played with a homebrew version of the Satyrs before. Not me as playing as it. It was like another player at the table was the virtual table, I should say. I've never played at an actual table before. All right. So, races. All right, do Luxodons have a sub-race? No, I don't think Satyrs do either. So, we don't have to worry about subclass shit. Don't worry about subclass at all. Not subclass, sorry, subrace. We're gonna jot down your racial features. So, hold please. Yep.
Silence.
I have music going on in the background.
Oh, that would have been
For
smart.
sounds like-
Really.
Yeah. I found like DMCA free music. I'm like, I'm gonna put this on because I'm sure there's gonna be times where like I'm not talking, and I was like,
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
welcome back.
A dog redelivery. So on your character sheets on Roll20, I want you to both of you scroll down to where you'll see a big block on the bottom right hand side, and it says features and traits.
Yes.
I want you to hit the plus on that.
Okay.
All right. Now I want you to you'll have to go between Roll20 and Wikidot, but I want you to look at your race and I want you to jot down your racial traits. I'm not talking about your don't ignore the ability score, ignore the age, ignore the alignment, ignore the size, and ignore the speed. All of that comes with your character sheet. That shit gets jotted down on your character sheet elsewhere. I'm talking about things like the Luxodon's powerful build or the Satyr's magical resistance. That shit. So, I'm because I have Luxodon open right now. Let's start with your Luxodon's powerful build. So you're gonna type your first one's gonna say powerful build.
So powerful build.
And it is, in fact, a racial thing, right? So if you were to click on that, there's different options like class, feat, background, but you are, in fact, getting this from your race. Source type, you're going to type in Luxodon.
Okay. And then another plus, I assume.
Nope. Right below that, it doesn't show it because it's dumb, but there is a description box. You copy and paste the description.
Gotcha.
All right. Now go ahead and click the gear. And then click on the description itself, and it'll close it down even further. Boom.
Nice.
Now open up the next one and keep going.
And then all the way down through languages, I assume, for me?
No, ignore languages. That goes somewhere else.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now let me open up Satyrs so I can help out. Melody. All right, Melody.
And all of these are like racial, right?
Yes, those are all racial. Those are all from you being a Luxodon. All right, Melody, you're going to ignore ability score down to speed. You're going to start with Fae.
And just write everything after that?
Oh, no, sorry. No. No.
No.
The name is going to be Fae. Name up here.
Oop, my bad.
Right? Because I believe is that what it's called? Yeah, it's just called Fae. And then racial, and then the source type is going to be Satyr. That's where you're getting it from. You're getting it from being a Satyr. And then I want you to go to Wikidot and then copy and paste the description for the Fae ability.
The Fae ability?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'd be dumb.
You stuck?
Yeah, what?
On D&D 5e Wikidot, where it says Fae, right, on your Satyr, I want you to copy and paste the description. Your creature type is Fae, blah, 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 blah. Copy and paste that to your, right below source type on your, yeah, right there. There you go. Perfect. Now click the little gear.
Yeah.
Click the description. Open up. Yeah, that's what you want. That's what you want. If you click on it, if you click on it again, it'll open the description back up. But it's just to save space. Now click plus again and do that same process with the next ability, and then the next one after that, and then the next one after that. All of them are source type, racial, and then the what's it called? Hold please. Sorry, source is racial. Source type is Satyr for all your stuff.
And then for each one, do the name is like the bold part that I'm reading?
Yeah, the name of it goes at the top, and then the description goes below the source type.
Got you.
Alright, now what are you doing here? Yes.
I believe I'm done, so.
Can smell. Pretty sure. Let me just...
Yeah, and then languages was my last one.
Yep, that'll come next. That's goes in a different spat. Loxodon, let's get that open. Yeah, perfect. You got it. You're good. And what you did there, how that popped out in chat, is when you hover over your features in that box, you'll see a little chat bubble pop up. It does what you see.
Oh, that's where it went.
Yeah. It does what you see. It just puts what the ability is and its description into chat.
Gotcha. Like I accidentally clicked it and I was like, where'd it go? I was like, it made a sound and I don't know where it went.
Yeah, because this is like the usefulness of that is pretty situational, I guess. Like if somebody that isn't me, because I can easily come into your sheet and read it, but if other people are like, oh, there's no way you have that, you can be like, fucking look and just. Boom, look it, there it is. I have it.
Gotcha. Cool.
Do I put language too?
No. Leave language alone.
Okay, I see.
Alright, beautiful. Now, both of you, your languages go on the left side. Yeah.
Language, I found it.
Mm-hmm. Bottom left side.
Got
Literally, it already says type language. All you have to do is type in the language. You both have common. Satyrs, I believe, can speak, Sylvan. So you're going to type in Sylvan Melody as your second one. And for you, it's going to be Luxodon.
Oh. Easy.
Easy. And click the little gear to close that out.
Yeah.
Beautiful. You're fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Now, we're gonna choose your background. You have an idea for what kind of story you actually, you know what? Wikidot. Let's go to Wikidot, go to the home. Click on backgrounds. And just read through them. If any of them catch your eye, click on it. If you read it and you like it for like a backstory kind of thing, do it. Let me know what you choose so I can open it up and see what's up. Feel free to ask questions if need be.
I'm just going based off the names. I'm like, that one looks cool, that one looks cool.
Yeah, no, your first time, that's the perfect way to do it, honestly, not even kidding. That's what I want you to do. Look, go by the names. If it looks cool, click on it.
Do you still do that sometimes?
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Absolutely, I do that sometimes. I'll have a certain idea of a character in my head, and I'll be like, well, what would match that character? Maybe that one, maybe that one, maybe that one. And then I'll read through and be like, I was wrong about that one, not so much, but, yeah. When it comes to D&D, judge a book by its cover.
Oh my god, I want to make a bet. Anybody want to make a bet with me?
What's your bet?
Oh, what you betting?
Okay, so I have oh my god, English. I laugh at practically anything and everything because I'm so easily just like entertained. Like, yes, hilarious. I also snort when I laugh. I haven't snorted yet, so I'm here like, how many times do you think I'm gonna end up snorting? I think 3. Anybody want to take a bet of like a number and see who's like the closest by the end of this?
I say 6.
6? I'm literally writing this down. I'm serious. I want to see like who. Oh.
I was gonna go 5.
This is 5?
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, sorry, I get distracted.
You have to tally them. We might not be able to catch all of them, so you gotta take the liberty.
Is it closest without going over?
Huh?
Is it closest without going over?
No, it's just closest in general, I think, right?
Wait, question. What happens like? Okay, so oh my god, you know what? We'll cross that bridge when we cross that.
I don't even know what we're betting. What?
I don't know. We'll figure that out later.
Okay. Ooh.
I was looking at some of the things this background offers and like some of the spells. I was like, oh, maybe.
Interesting. Most backgrounds don't offer spells, so that's interesting.
Random question. How would I know if like something is like, I don't English, not going with what I have so far type of thing? Like maybe not type of thing? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing is, honestly, technically, you can pick anything. And the reason you can pick anything is because you could always like story explain it. Like you're a cleric now, but your background could totally be like you were a dangerous criminal and you did a bunch of bad shit, but then you started to turn your life. Something happened and it made you realize how much you were hurting people, and you decided to kind of dedicate yourself to bettering the world instead of hurting it, and kind of thing. So you could pick anything.
Perfect. I'm gonna pick my first one that I picked. The Cynic Scientist.
The what?
That was literally the first one I opened too.
The Cynic Scientist. Okay,
I don't think I'm going that route, but that was the first one I did.
Let's take a look at this. Imagine a perfect world, one in which nature and civilization exist in harmony. adapted to each other, one in which life is shaped to match its environment, and the environment is shaped to match life. That's the world you have been trying to grow in the laboratories of Simic Combine. Nature is all about adaptation, evolution, and balance. But for it to keep up with the pace of advancing civilization, nature needs some help from biomancers and terraformers. If, along the way, you happen to create super soldiers and mutant monsters that can bolster the Combine's defenses against the schemes and ambitions of the other guilds, so much the better. Okay. So, we can say maybe you started out by, working for this because you were all about the knowledge. You were obsessed with science, and experimentation, and you were helping in the making of just absolute abominations from this fucked up science guild.
I saw the good, and then I fucked up.
Not necessarily. You could have started to, feel, just start to kind of feel like maybe things were getting a little out of hand. The abominations were going too far, making too much of a mockery of nature when the whole point is to advance nature instead of corrupt it. And so you sought some kind of recompense. You needed some way to just something to help you feel better about yourself, and through that you found faith in one of the gods, and whichever god it is just so happened to be Twilight Domain, and now you're a cleric.
I love that. You know that you're a really good storyteller.
Thanks. Ollie, go lay down.
Ollie!
He's being a bitch. Got any ideas?
I'm now between Simic Scientist and Acolyte.
Okay. What's kind of splitting your interest here?
Simic Scientist, it's research on balance of life, but I'm the balance of life can also mean death kind of thing. And Acolyte, monks kind of worship gods in a sense.
Kind of.
So I could serve a death god or whatever it is. I'm not sure if there is one.
There is absolutely.
I'm sure there's one. Yeah.
And the other thing with that is when it comes to D&D, there is the D&D Forgotten Realms pantheon of gods that already exists that they've made, but there are several campaigns, even one that's the most famous D&D show out there right now called Critical Role that has homebrewed, in-house made gods that didn't previously exist. So if you didn't like the god of death that existed there, we could totally be well, here's this other god of death that just maybe the god you don't like rules over certain kinds of death, whereas the god you worship it rules over other kinds of death, other causes of death.
Actually, I think I'm going to come back to the Simic Scientist. I think I will go that route.
Hey.
Okay.
Yeah, because that was also the first one I clicked on because it looked cool.
Okay, so we could then say that you guys knew each other, and you both kind of simultaneously started talking about how things were just getting way too fucked up. The experiments were going too far. She split off and went to go find recompense and found a god to worship. You, on the other hand, found a monastery and started doing things like meditation and learning the martial arts and kind of devoting yourself to the god of death, but not as like not in the same way as a cleric would.
The experiments were cutting too short, and I wanted to find more death.
So you're more on the I want things to die kind of side of the spectrum.
Yes.
So, would you consider yourself an evil character?
I guess like on the more evil side, yeah.
Okay.
Because I want death. And it's about a balance of life, right? How you find the balance in everything. Things must die while others live.
There's a difference between holding the balance and just wanting things to die.
That's fair.
If you just want things to die, that has nothing to do with the balance.
Yeah, that's true.
So, in that case, which one is it? Do you want to be someone that holds the balance and isn't necessarily evil, or do you just want to be the guy that wants everything to die and is evil?
Hold the balance.
Hold the balance. Okay, so you'd be more towards neutral, maybe neutral good, maybe even lawful neutral, seeing as you're keeping the balance. And the teachings of the monastery that you went through talks about how, yes, death is sad and death can be a terrible thing, but it is a part of life, and it is good to not only accept but embrace it to reach enlightenment.
Yeah.
You sound like an English teacher of high school.
English was one of my favorite subjects in school. I still got a low-ass grade, but that's because I didn't want to do the work.
I didn't like English. I don't need English.
Because I loved the project where I was given creative freedom to write my own shit. That's what I loved about English. I hated the closed term stuff. I hated learning, like, it was just, you know, everything else. I was also I was the kind of kid where I aced pretty much all my tests. I did really good on my tests. And the only reason I was doing so horribly in my classes is because I flat out refused to do homework because I thought homework was bullshit. Because clearly I was doing well on the test, clearly I was learning, I was getting the lessons. Why the fuck do I have to do this shit at home?
To share that knowledge over here, I would study, do all my homework, everything, go after school and extra help and everything. Guess what? Fails every time.
You know, I would share that knowledge, except 90% of it's just fucking gone now.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right, so let's talk about the Simic Scientist, shall we? Now, as a Simic Scientist, you already automatically, both your characters, because you both chose the same thing, get proficiency in
Arcana and Medicine.
Yes, Arcana and Medicine. So, what you want to do is on your character sheets, you'll see to the right of your abilities where it says Strength, Dexterity, all of that stuff, you'll see to the right of it, there's a block that says Skills. You'll see these little boxes. You want to check off Arcana and Medicine. You'll notice those just increased by 2. That's because 2 is your proficiency bonus. Your proficiency bonus is usually considered proficiency modifier. I don't know why it says bonus on the sheet, but sure. I think it's because it fits better. Anyway, that grows as you gain levels. Let me go to literally any class, because they all grow the same. The proficiency bonuses all grow the same. So you start with a proficiency bonus of 2. When you reach 5th level, it becomes a proficiency bonus of 3. When you reach 9th level, it becomes a proficiency bonus of 4. At 13th, it becomes 5. And at 17th, it becomes 6. So, being proficient doesn't just mean you get a +2 to everything. It grows. The number grows. Simulating kind of getting better and better at those things.
Gotcha.
So, now that we have your proficiency bonuses up, let me just background items. Okay, so let's worry about your items first. How about that? We'll worry about your items. What items does the Simic Scientist seem to give you?
Insignia, commoner's clothes, research notes, pen, squid ink, flask of oil from Blubber. Not sure if that's...
No, that doesn't matter. Fuck it. Flask of oil.
Vial of acid derived from digestive juices, vial of fish scales, a vial of seaweed, vial of jellyfish stingers, glass bottle of unidentified slime, a belt pouch containing 10 gold coins, GP, I guess is gold.
Yeah, gold.
And then a Zorius 1 Xeno coin. That's in parentheses. I'm not sure if it's...
I think that's like for lore of whatever the hell this arcane, weird, fucking combine science bullshit is. Like maybe they have their own monetary system. Fuck that. Don't worry about that.
So it's just 10 gold.
Yeah, just 10 gold. Now, on your character sheets, do you see where it says equipment?
Yes.
Hit the plus sign.
Start typing in.
Pretty much, item by item.
I should probably split screen.
Plus item name. Next, plus item name. Next, plus item name. That's all you need. And forget about the parentheses stuff. You don't need to go that into detail with it. It's just...
Gotcha.
I'm gonna say this now. If there's typos, I apologize.
You're fine. You are fine. As long as it's your sheet. So as long as you can figure out what the fuck you were trying to say, then you're good.
Good luck to future me.
So when it says belt pouch containing 10 gold, do we just put...
Yeah,
10
just
gold?
just put not in your inventory. Up above, you'll see the different kind of coin types. Put it into GP. Just type 10 into there, into the GP.
Okay.
There you go. Boom. And to get rid of a line, I see you did that. You want to click the little lock button, and you'll see the trash thing pop up to be able to delete it.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same with all of these. Like, if you ever want to delete any of this, if you ever need to delete any of this shit, the lock button will allow you to delete shit.
Gotcha.
And then where do I put the coin? Sorry.
Above the items, do you see where it says GP? That's your gold coins. You get a ton of those. 10 gold coins. It says P because it's pieces. Gold pieces, because they're not technically coins, I guess. All right. So just I'll go through that later. I was about to go through how the monetary system works, but we'll figure that out later. Not figure out. I'll teach you about it later.
No problem.
Background feature. Every background has its own feature. You have several, apparently.
It's a what?
You have several features to your background. So go back to the Simic Scientist. Features, clades and projects. As a Simic researcher, you are part of a clade, a diverse group of individuals combining disparate. Thank you. I don't read that word often. I don't. I'm like, that's definitely not desperate. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm an intelligent human being.
Yeah, it's not a word that comes up often. So.
Disparate talents in pursuit of a common goal, or a researcher on a specialized short-term project focused on addressing an immediate need. You can roll a d6 or choose from the options in the research options table to determine your area of research. So, I'm not really sure what that means.
Confused. Me.
Huh?
Mm.
I think the researcher ability below that is going to explain that, but for now, when you attempt to learn or recall a magical or scientific fact, if you don't know that information, you know where and from whom you can obtain it. Usually, this information comes from a Simic laboratory, or sometimes from an Izzet facility, a library, a university, or an independent scholar, or other learned person or creature. Knowing where the information can be found doesn't automatically enable you to learn it. You might need to offer bribes, favors, or other incentives to induce people to reveal their secrets. Your DM might... it's me, I'm the DM. Might rule that the knowledge you seek is secreted away in an inaccessible place, or that it simply can't be found. Unearthing the deep secrets of the multiverse can require an adventure or even a whole campaign. That still doesn't really explain what these clades are for. I guess it's just flavor. It sounds like it's just
Sprinkle.
yeah, just flavor for your character on what they studied. So you guys can choose whatever with the clades projects. It's not saying that it does anything, so
Okay, do I put it down somewhere or do I just ignore it?
There's not really a spot on the character sheet.
Awesome.
So I guess click on bio, and where it says core, bio, and spells, click on bio and type it somewhere in there, anywhere in there. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's a bunch of free space that you're probably not going to use for the most part anyway.
Bio, sorry. English.
I'm going independent research, death.
Independent research, death.
Death.
I studied death.
Yes.
I don't want
Just
to copy you.
the edgiest motherfucker.
Edgiest elephant you can find.
Oh yeah.
Yo, sorry, I don't want to copy you, but like, can I do that? But my research area is like happiness.
Sure. You studied just like the different chemicals that go on in your brain to create happiness and how that works in different creatures
Oh my
and
god,
if
stop.
Serotonin levels.
and
You're
if,
literally describing my life right now. It's like, stop it.
well, I mean, you're in D&D. There's a bunch of different like weird monsters and creatures and stuff, and maybe part of your studies was to see if those creatures were even capable of happiness.
I love that you said this, but like, oh my god, where am I? I think of it like this. What you're describing is like you study like what makes people happy, serotonin levels, and blah 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 blah. Cool fact about me: I study psychology, so that's literally what I do.
Perfect. Okay. What else do you get for your backgrounds? Right, the researcher thing. The researcher thing you're going to put in your features.
Oh shoot, I think I did the wrong thing. Where was I supposed to put the independent research thing?
Just anywhere in your bio section. Any one of those boxes. It doesn't matter.
Okay, perfect.
Because like that section is essentially for keeping your character's backstory, just keeping track of what organizations you're a part of. Essentially, it's your other than your backstory, it's your note taking section. Which, to be honest, I'll if it gets to the point where I need you guys to start taking notes, I'll probably have you open up like Google Docs or fucking Word Docs or some shit like that.
I assume it's features, background, Simic scientist, or features, background, Simic scientist, right?
Yes. So, Melody, if you didn't quite catch it, I need you to put researcher from the Simic scientist as one of your features below your racial features.
Would we not put the clients or projects in that too?
Not really, because it's not like a feature. It doesn't do anything for you. It doesn't have an effect.
Okay. It's just background info.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like
Okay.
some people, like where Faye is and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That section. You're gonna add a plus onto that, and you're gonna type in researcher, and the source is background, and the source type is Simic scientist. And you're going to put the description for researcher. Copy and paste. Nosferatu.
Yeah.
It's called researcher, not features.
Listen.
It's all good.
Listen. Nothing happened. You have no proof. Nothing happened.
You right. Yeah,
Nothing
I didn't see a damn thing. You right.
Nothing happened.
I'm not arguing against that. I'm not just. And you're gonna do the same thing for the Simic guild spells, which is gonna be a little annoying because it has a table, and tables are kind of a pain in the ass to throw in there. But you do need to put somewhere that you have access to these spells and when these spells become available to you.
Where do I put it though? Anywhere?
Features.
Spells? Features. Features.
Yeah, just to help you keep track of when you're going to get the next thing of spells.
I can't.
One by one.
One by one? No, just copy and paste it. It'll make the table a little fucky, but you'll just have to kind of look where things are and space them out so it makes a bit more sense. Oh, interesting.
Done.
What's interesting, Vex?
What's interesting is the fact that it says that it adds these spells to the spell list of whatever spellcasting class that was. It doesn't mean that you necessarily automatically get these spells. It means that these are available to you to choose as part of your options for whatever class you have that can cast spells.
Mm.
Which actually, since you're being a monk and only a monk, and your subclass doesn't give you spellcasting, you don't have to worry about this at all. Just melody.
Well, it's
Lovely. So, what do I worry about?
The Simic guild spells in the background.
In the background?
Yeah, in your background. The Simic scientist. You want to look at Simic guild spells. That's going to be put into your features. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Oh.
Guess I should just delete them because I can't use them.
Yeah, just delete it because you can't use them. I think you've already... Let me check it. Create. Yeah, perfect. Well done. Alright. Is there any more bullshit that this fucking thing is hiding?
I mean, there's personality traits. I deal with.
Fuck you.
I mean,
that's all flavor. I mean, if you want to use that, you can use that. But we're like that's. I have a list of shit we're doing. We're doing this shit in order, and that is the last goddamn thing on the list. So, deal with that later.
But I want my personality.
I don't give a fuck what you want. The teacher has spoken.
You know what? Fuck this class.
Fuck. No refunds.
I'm paid. Teach me what I want.
Alright, okay, so right about now is when I'd start jumping you into picking your class, but we already did that, so,
Step ahead.
and we chose the subclasses, and it automatically does the saving throws, which I will explain the saving throws a bit later. I'll have to when we can start getting into spells, which, to be honest, I might skip over spells because one of you doesn't have spells, so that I can finish with both of you on most of your shit, and then Nosferatu will be set and good, and then Melody, I'll walk you through your spell bullshit. Class features. Okay, so this is just straight up your level 1 class features. Melody, you're going to have to use both Wikidot and D&D Beyond because as a cleric, you get your subclass right away, which means you need to use Wikidot just to look at your subclass shit. Nosferatu, all your shit is on D&D Beyond. It's just the monk stuff. You don't get your subclass things until level 3, and you're both starting at level 1.
Okay. This is where features you said?
D&D Beyond, and yes, you're opening this up for your features, definitely. You want to go to class features, both of you, on D&D Beyond. Melody, you're going to Cleric, you want to go to class features. Nosferatu, you're going to Monk, you want to go to class features. And just start with the very first ability that it says you get at first level. And add them one by one to your features until you reach an ability that says it requires a second level, because you're just going to be first level to start with.
Okay, so like for me, martial arts.
For you, actually, it starts with unarmored defense and then martial arts.
Oh yeah. Okay. And then this is class. Okay.
And then for Melody, your very first one, dearest Melody. It says is spellcasting, but you do not need to put all that down. You do not. 100% do not. That's a lot of shit to write down. I would, however, somewhere in your notes, in the bio section of your thing, write down that your the things under spellcasting abilities specifically. Spellcasting ability.
I am lost. But I think that's on me.
Go to D&D Beyond.
Oh, sorry. That's on me.
You're fine. D&D Beyond, go to your Cleric class in D&D Beyond. Go down to class features and scroll down. You'll see where it says spellcasting, right? If you click on class features, because there's a little tab thing on the left where you can quickly shift down the page.
Mm-hmm.
You want to scroll down in spellcasting because you don't need everything that it says there. All of that stuff is it's shit that I'm pretty
lot.
much yeah, it's a lot and shit that you're gonna learn by playing anyway. However, where it says spellcasting ability, that whole thing down like spellcasting ability, spell save, spell attack modifier, ritual casting, and spellcasting focus, that stuff you're going to put. You're going to copy and paste that somewhere, anywhere in your bio section. You don't need to put it as a feature, but you can put that in your bio section.
Done. Aw.
Beautiful.
I copied all of martial arts.
You just what?
I copied all of martial arts. Not sure if I needed it all, but
Yes, you do. You do. As a monk, you need that. You need all of it. You got to know what your options are to be able to do it. That's perfect. And you put that in features, yeah?
Yep.
Beautiful. Now, melody. It says divine domain. You're actually going to go to Wikidot again.
Look at that. Mm-hmm.
Because divine domain is your subclass. So you're going to need to go look at your Twilight subclass on Wikidot again. And open that up.
I will be right back.
Yep, go ahead. And make a feature that says Twilight Domain spells, and then copy those spells that it says into the description.
I'm sorry. I'm just like trying to find where.
Hold on, maybe if I...
There's just so much ways to go. It's like, where am I?
Yeah, here, I'm gonna... Hopefully this doesn't mess up my actual stream.
No, don't mess up your stream.
Can you see this now? Check Discord and see if you can see my screen.
Yeah, I see it.
Alright. Alright, can you get to this page? Do you remember how?
Memories where I'm falling apart.
Okay, so D&D 5e Wikidot. Right? You can actually just click here. It says classes. Click here. It'll bring you straight down. You want to scroll down to Cleric. And Twilight Domain is right towards the bottom of the published subclasses.
In classes, right?
Yeah.
I can't start anything.
When you go to classes, you should see Artificer first, then Barbarian, then the Bard, then the Blood Hunter, and then right below Blood Hunter is Cleric.
I'm slow. Sorry.
It's fine.
Got it.
Twilight Domain. Perfect.
Yep. And then what do I do here again?
Then you go down. Look at my screen real quick. You wanna on your Roll20. You're gonna wanna open up. What do we got? Feature thing.
Yeah.
You want to put the name as Twilight Domain spells. Alright, the source is class. It's a class ability.
I'm gonna put cleric.
Yes, you could put cleric. Usually what I do is I put first level. I put, like, because it's a first level ability, I put first level, and then when I get my second level abilities, I put second level for those.
I'll do that. If it works, it works.
You do not have to do that. It just is easier for me, personally. All right. Now, you're gonna copy. Go back to the Discord so you can see what I'm doing. You're gonna copy this bullshit. Copy and paste this as the description.
For first level.
Just all of this for your description of the Twilight Domain spells.
Done.
Beautiful. All right.
Beautiful.
Now, your next feature is going to be Eyes of Night.
Do I have to copy the same thing like that?
What do you mean?
What?
How do you mean? Yep, class.
Like,
Same thing.
same thing first level?
Yep, first level, because this is all stuff that you're getting at first level.
And then just copy the summary and put it there?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, strong one. Okay.
Okay. And you have one more of those. It's called Vigilant Blessing.
Done.
Beautiful. I didn't even read the Vigilant Blessing ability last time. That's pretty cool. Essentially, you can touch someone and give them advantage. Possibly, you can even yourself. You give them advantage on their next initiative roll.
Advantage like, what do you mean?
We'll teach you what advantage means a bit later, but that is a good thing.
Hey, good thing.
Alright, so, done with class features. Let me look at my list. Alright, class resources. Let's talk about this real quick. Class resources.
Should I focus watching your screen or I'm good?
You're good, you're good. Now I'm looking at things now.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't need anything for the resources. How about you, Mr. Monk? What do you need?
I'm right back.
Resources.
None yet. You don't get any resources until you're level 2. I don't. Neither of you do.
Where do you find like the resources? I'm just curious.
So, essentially, what this means is things that can be expended and then need a rest, short or long, in order to get them back. So, for you as the monk, that would be your key, but you don't.
Oh, okay.
You don't get that until 2nd level.
Okay. Cool.
Neither of you have anything until 2nd level. Ollie, go lay down. Stop being a bitch. Go lay down. I can see that furry butt of yours. Go lay down. Little shit. Alright. Next is your class items, because you each get items for being your respective classes. So on D&D Beyond, you don't need Wikidot for this. Both of you go to your respective classes. Nosferatu, go to your monk class and click on class features. Melody, go to Cleric class on D&D Beyond and click class features, and you'll both be able to see where it says equipment.
Okay.
Right? Now, sometimes it'll give you choices like any simple weapon or any martial weapon or things like that. If you need help making a decision, let me know, and I will take care of you guys one at a time.
Ooh, hang on. Any simple weapon.
Yes. Okay. So click the thing that says back to the top.
I'll just go. Okay.
Hover over Game Rules.
Game rules.
Right-click Equipment, and I want you to open up a new tab for your equipment.
Gotcha.
And I want you to click into the search bar when it pops up. I want you to put simple. Enter. Boom. Those are your simple weapons. You're going to want a melee weapon, most likely. But these are weapons that constitute as melee weapons. Now note that as a monk, part of your thing with your martial arts is that you can use your dexterity modifier to fight, which is important. You're probably going to have to bring your dexterity way up higher than your strength, only if it counts as a monk weapon, which monk weapons are short swords and any simple weapons that don't have the two-handed or heavy properties. So when you're looking through the equipment, make sure that you're checking for those. Like, let's look at the club real quick. The club has the light property, so it's definitely a weapon that you could use as a monk weapon.
But the great club, no, because it's a two-handed.
Precisely.
Okay. Oh, versatile is nice. It can be one or two-handed.
Exactly. Yep. Melody, how you doing with that equipment?
I see the list.
You see the list here?
Yeah. Wait, what?
I'm going quarterstaff for a monk.
Quarterstaff? Yeah, that's a good choice.
Because monks just always seem like they have staves. And
Yeah.
just bonk them with a staff.
Oh yeah. And it's versatile, which is good. The spear or the eagle would also be good choices. I have a monk that uses a quarterstaff as well. Quarterstaffs are real good. So here, let me. That's not it. Keep watching my screen, Melody.
Okay.
All right. So a mace is a one-handed weapon. That means you can hold a shield in the other hand, right? Does 1d6 bludgeoning damage. What was the other one? A warhammer. All right. A warhammer can also be a one-handed, but it's versatile, which means you can use it with two hands. If you use it with two hands, it does 1d10. If you use it with one hand and have a shield in the other hand, it deals 1d8.
Warhammer it is.
Warhammer it is. Okay, so go ahead and put that into your inventory in Roll20.
Inventory.
At the bottom where you put like the Simic insignia, yeah, all that. That's your inventory.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In Roll20 on your character sheet, where down below, right where your money is, and you put your Simic insignia in there, you put your commoner's clothes in there, you put your book of research notes. That's your inventory.
Oh.
You're welcome. All right, next we have different armor types. We have scale mail, leather armor, or chain mail, if proficient. Now, you are proficient with light armor and medium armor. You do not have proficiency with heavy armor, so chainmail is out of the question, because chainmail is heavy armor, I'm pretty sure. Chinmail, god damn it. Me and my typing.
It's okay if you actually were to focus on like the things I type in the whole character sheet. Half of it is already.
It's fine as long as you can understand it. It's fine. Yeah. So chainmail is heavy armor. You can't do that. But What were the other options? Scale mail and leather armor.
mail.
Scale mail. Scale mail is a medium armor. Now, it's a 14 plus your dexterity modifier to a maximum of 2, so potentially a maximum of 16, right? 16 AC, which is pretty good. A 16 armor class is pretty good. That's on a 20-sided dice. That's what they would have to roll in order to hit you.
Okay.
However, scale mail also gives you disadvantage on stealth checks.
Oh no!
Yeah. You could take the leather armor.
Leather?
However, it is far less defense.
Oh no.
So you have two choices here: more defense but disadvantage on stealth, or less defense but no disadvantage on stealth.
More defensive.
More defense it is. All right. So add scale mail to your thing, and we'll worry about what your AC is later because we have to figure out your ability scores before we can determine what your shit is. You got it down?
Mhm.
Perfect. Now, next, you have the choice between a light crossbow and 20 bolts, or any simple weapon.
Question: what are bolts? Is it like the arrow type of thing?
Yeah, crossbows fire bolts instead of arrows. They're just small arrows that go into a crossbow.
Oh, okay. Question: do they come back naturally, or do I lose them once I shoot them?
You have to tell me that you're going around to try and collect them.
Okay, what are my simple weapons?
All right, let's take a look at simple weapons. D&D Beyonds, yeah. Don't worry, you can just watch my screen. Just watch my screen.
I'm sorry, I'm just like to go between everything. I have to like, yeah, it's
You're fine.
I'm not good at technology.
You're fine. Just watch my screen. I'll walk you through them. There's a Boomerang, which does 1d4 of bludgeoning damage. It's got a range of 60 and a higher range of 120. So 60 feet, you can throw it with no problem. Anything past 60 is like if you try to throw this past 60 feet, the attack is made with disadvantage, and it can only go up to 120 feet.
And when it goes to 1d4, does that mean it's like only 1 out of 4 of like?
You roll a 4-sided dice to determine how much damage it does. So the maximum amount of damage it can do is 4 points of damage. Although it usually it adds your proficiency bonus and your ability modifier, so it tends to do more damage than whatever you actually roll.
Okay.
Then there's the club, which is one-handed, and it's light.
What about that dagger? Or that javelin? Or a hand axe? What? I'm sorry, I get distracted.
You're fine. What looks interesting to you? What do you want to look at? I'll just...
A dagger.
A dagger?
Yes.
Okay, a dagger is 1d4 of piercing. It is finesse, light, and thrown. You can throw it at a range of 20 and up to 60 past that at disadvantage. Again, you will have to go and get it back. If you throw the dagger, you will have to go and get that dagger back. It is light, which means that it's easily handled, and you could technically fight with 2 of them if you really wanted to. Finesse means you can use your dexterity modifier instead of your strength modifier. However, as a cleric, you could do a dex build. You could. You don't necessarily need strength. Strength isn't technically a have-to for your combat abilities. If you wanted to be a especially dexterous cleric, then you could use this. But regardless, you can use strength or dexterity on this.
Oh.
Any other ones catch your interest?
What's a sickle?
A sickle is a farming tool used to cut wheat and other crops. 1d4 of slashing, and it's got the light property.
Is it one-handed or two?
It's one. Just one.
I'll get a sickle. Why not?
A sickle. Okay. So, add that to your inventory. Now just know, like, you have the sickle, but you're probably going to be using the warhammer more than anything.
Probably.
Now, here we are with the choice between a priest's pack or an explorer's pack. And I'm going to show you what the difference is.
Backpack.
Priest's pack includes a backpack, a blanket, 10 candles, a tinderbox, an alms box, 2 blocks of incense, a censer, vestments, as in, like, you know, just holy clothes, 2 days of rations, and a water skin.
What is water skin?
It's a pouch made of leather that holds water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's basically like a water bottle.
And
Leather water bottle.
the explorer's pack includes a backpack, a bedroll, a mess kit for making food, a tinderbox, 10 torches, 10 days of rations, and a water skin. The pack also has a 50 feet of hempen rope.
Explorer pack.
The explorer's pack. All right. Go ahead and add the explorer's pack to your inventory. I personally like to add each of the things like individually, so I know exactly what I've got. But you do not have to do that. You can just add explorer's pack, and I'll
You'll know.
I won't know, but I'll probably have to keep a page open that's got the explorer's pack open, so I know exactly what you've got.
Okay, I'll work on doing Dungeoneer's pack.
And then when you're done with that, Melody, you're going to add a shield to your inventory, and you're going to add a holy symbol to your inventory.
Perfect. Not really, but perfect.
All right. Those are all your items.
What
which is
are
great.
pythons?
I have no fucking clue. Let's look that up.
Go.
A peg or spike driven into a rock or crack to support a climber or rope.
Those are pythons? Holy crap. Okay. I know what they are then.
It's like,
I just never knew that's what they were called.
apparently they, hold on.
Piton.
Piton.
Pitons, okay.
Pecan.
Piton. I just had Google speak it to me.
I'll be whispering.
Is that all your fancy schmancy class items?
I believe that's it for me.
All right, beautiful. Now, your weapons, respectively. Above the inventory thing, you'll see a thing that says attacks and spellcasting.
Yes.
All right, I want you to open up one of those. And Melody, you're going to type in Warhammer for the name. Nosferatu, you're going to type in Quarterstaff for the name of yours.
Let me bring up the equipment page again.
No, you're fine. I got you.
Oh, okay, cool.
What?
Now, Melody, your attack is already set up fine. It says it uses your strength, which it does. It says you're proficient, which you are. Now, damage. Yours does a 1d8 in the damage. You want to type that in. 1d8. And then below that, see where it says type? You want to type in bludgeoning. Beautiful. Now, Question: do you think you're going to be using your shield a bunch, or do you think you're going to be using this two-handed mostly?
Probably one-handed because I'm.
One-handed with a shield. Okay, so leave that at 1d8 because you're going to be using your shield. Now, you, my man, you're going to change that strength to dexterity because it's a monk weapon. And you're going to put 1d8, unless you plan on using it two-handed constantly, which I kind of wouldn't. I kind of wouldn't recommend, and here's why. I wouldn't recommend because of your martial arts, and when you later get your chi points, you're going to need an open hand in order to do some of your unarmed attacks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't planning on two-handing it.
Although, you know what? I think I had a game running where they say that you need a hand open for the unarmed thing, but you're a monk. I will count your feet in this, so you could two-hand that and give yourself a 1d10 if you wanted to, and just use your feet as your unarmed follow-up attacks.
Okay. If it's allowed, I'll take it.
Yeah. Plus, you have your trunk, I suppose, as an unarmed as well.
Oh yeah, I do have a trunk. I forgot I'm a giant elephant.
Yeah. And it is a quarterstaff, so turn that strength into dexterity again, and then type bludgeoning as the type. Perfect. Okay, now both of you are going to click the gears on it. Melody.
Here.
Perfect. Now I want you to click the name of your weapon, both of you.
Done.
Okay. I have an input value advantage question mark.
Okay, perfect. Now you're going to click that, and you're going to click normal. It is a normal roll. You will only click advantage or disadvantage if I specifically tell you that you have advantage or disadvantage, or if you already are aware that one of your abilities gives you advantage or disadvantage.
Submit.
I'm normal and submit.
Yep. So you just rolled an 8 for your attack.
Okay. And Melody 12.
So on a weaker enemy, a lot of the times it's a kind of a enemies have a lower armor class, so a 12 might hit something, an 8 would not. Now, let's say just for the sake of being able to tell what you guys can do, let's say both your things hit, just because both your attacks hit. Click in chat the name of your weapon. That's your damage.
So I would do 6 damage if that hit.
Yeah, if that hit, it would have done 6 damage, and she would have done 7 points of damage. Alright, Melody, I believe you have another weapon, don't you? You have your sickle?
Sickle! Yes.
Alright, Nosferatu, do you have another weapon?
I don't believe so. I got a crowbar out of my Dungeoneer's pack, but I
It's
don't
not a
think
weapon.
I mean, it could be used as a weapon.
It technically could be. If you really wanted to, I would let you turn that into a weapon that does a d4 of bludgeoning.
Yeah, no. I have no other, like, specific weapon.
Alright.
Should I put it where I put the warhammer, the sickle?
Yes, same spot. Add another one.
Cool.
I believe it does slashing, right? That makes sense. Yes.
Is everything okay after that, or
1d4.
1d4? And I'm good?
You're good. Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay. Now that we've got your items down, let's talk about your class proficiencies. Each of your classes, look on D&D Beyond, because you can find it easily on D&D Beyond. Your monk class allows you to choose 2 from acrobatics, athletics, history, insight, religion, and stealth. So, figure out what you want from those, and on D&D Beyond, if you want to hover over each of them to kind of get a better sense of what those skills will be used for, it will tell you. You as a cleric, if you look on class features for your cleric and D&D Beyond, scroll down. It says under proficiencies, your skills. Choose 2 from history, insight, medicine, persuasion, and religion.
You know, I was there, and now I'm not.
Okay, look at my screen.
I'm looking.
Are you at the cleric page?
Mm-hmm.
Click class features, and it should be right here.
Ah. Got it. And I choose 2 from those?
You choose 2 from history, insight, medicine, persuasion, and religion. And as you can see on my screen, if you hover over them, it tells you a bit more about what they do and what their purpose is. You already have proficiency in medicine because of your background, so you can choose something else.
Where do I put them when I decide?
What do you mean?
I already know what I want to pick, so like, where do I put them?
Oh, back in Roll20. The same thing as your Arcana and your medicine. You want to check off the boxes of whatever skills you've chosen.
Got you.
I'm going through these skills and I'm like, dexterity stealth check, and I'm like, it's hilarious. Thinking of an elephant slipping past guards.
Yeah, just expert at stealth. Hey, listen, you could totally do it.
I think I'm going to because
This
of
just
how hilarious.
biggest beefy motherfucker hiding behind a pole, and these guards are sitting there, fucking Skyrim guard style, going, "Huh? Oh, it must be in my imagination."
It must have been the wind. I have to go stealth just because of how.
I will say that if you want to like hide and like actually try to sneak past things, I'm not going to give you like disadvantage on rolls just for being an elephant. That's kind of ridiculous. But I will say that if you want to straight up hide, as in like if somebody looks straight at you, whether or not they can see you or not, you will have to find bigger objects to hide behind.
That's fair. It's more of just like, we're gonna go sneak past some guards. Like, on the side, and, like, that's what got me.
Nosferatu?
What up?
It is not a tool proficiency. Up above in your
Oh.
skills, it's a skill proficiency.
Oh, I just saw a proficiency.
You're fine.
Well, that. And where's proficiencies at?
No, it's your skills.
Okay.
Yep.
You just checkbox it.
Yep. And what was your second one?
I don't know yet. I think stealth acrobatics just seems fun. As a giant elephant.
Hell yeah. Do you like some fucking backflips off a roof as a giant elephant?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
Alright, so
This is just hilarious now. You can call me Nos, by the way. You don't have to say the whole name if you don't want to.
George, got it. Okay.
I'm George now. What up, guys?
Alright, so now next on the list was spells, but like I said, we're saving that for last because only one of you really needs spells. We're going to jump into getting your ability scores ready. Now, how we do this is I'm going to have I'm going to do this one person at a time, because if I do it both of you at a time, it's going to get messy and confusing. So, who wants to go first?
Melody does.
Okay.
Melody does. Okay, so in the chat, this is also going to teach you guys how to do rolls when I need you to. You want to type in /R space. I'm going to type in 4d6.
And then enter.
Enter.
Okay, I'll have Melody go.
Okay, so first of all, that's an incredible roll. That's an awesome roll. Secondly, /R is the command to roll dice. Space. If you're only rolling one dice, like if you're rolling one 20-sided die, it's just, you don't even need to type one. It's just /R space D20. If it's any more than one, then it's /R space whatever number it is, D20 or D8 or D10 or whatever the fuck it is. So
if you have a number, if you put in one, does it affect it at all?
it just rolls one.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, you don't have to roll one. Like, you can skip typing the number if it's just one.
Gotcha.
So how we do this is you roll 46 and you take away the lowest number. Right? So that 17 is a 16 because your lowest number was a 1. That is an incredible roll, by the way. So you're going to do that 5 more times.
Is it all like the numbers down or?
No, I'll keep track of him.
46, right?
Mm-hmm. 46. Okay, so that's 10. That's a 10.
15. No.
14.
14.
All right. Again. 10. Again. 11.
11.
One more time.
12.
12. Okay, so I'm going to order those from lowest to highest. 10, 10, 11, 12, 14, 17. No, 16, sorry. 10, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16. It was a 14, right? Am I getting that right?
Which one?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a 14 in there.
14. Okay. 10, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16. Now, those numbers you're going to put in your stats anywhere you want. Like, you can put the 10s anywhere you want. You can put the 11 anywhere you want. You can put the 16 anywhere you want. Before you do, let me kind of tell you how this works. Go ahead and stare at your character sheet, and Nos, go ahead and stare at her. You can't stare at her character sheet. Never mind, you can't do
I'll
that.
just pull up my stream.
Actually, I'm screen sharing on Discord. You might as well do that because that'll be, faster, less. Yeah. So, are you looking? Just double checking. Nos?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay, so say we put that 11 into your strength, right? That's it.
Oh.
This number didn't change at all, right? That's because this is your modifier. This is the modifier is the number that really counts. The modifier is what constitutes your ability to do things. Like when you're athletics is like the only skill at all that works off of strength. If you have a modifier of +2, that's the number you're counting. Nobody gives a fuck about the 11.
Got you.
But it goes up by increments of 2 or down, depending on if you get lower numbers. So the second it turns into a 12, now you have a modifier of +1. Now your athletics, if you were to roll it, is a +1. You rolled rolled a natural 17 and got a +1, so your roll ends up being an 18. So bear that in mind when you're doing this. The maximum is a score of 20 and a modifier of 5.
Dumb question probably, but like, how do I know which ones get those modifiers or not?
Okay, so 10s are zeros, right? 10s give you a modifier of 0. Anything that's got a 10, you get no modifier. Anything below a 10 gets a negative modifier. 12 is a modifier of +1.
Okay.
14 is a modifier of +2. 16 is a modifier of +3. 18 is a modifier of +4. 20 is a modifier of +5. Anything in between doesn't necessarily change it. So like 14 to 15, that's still a modifier of +2.
Okay.
So think about this with your character, right? You're a cleric. I believe cleric spellcasting is, let me go to your bio to make sure, because I'm sure you wrote it down. Wisdom. Okay, so if you want to do better with your spells than you do with your physical attacks, then you're going to want to make wisdom your highest. If you want to focus more on hitting people, you're going to want to make strength your highest.
And so on and so forth, I'm guessing.
Dexterity is your acrobatics, your stealth, your sleight of hand. Also, getting out of like saving throws for dexterity matters too. A saving throw would be like something explodes next to you. Now you have to make a dexterity saving throw to try and avoid the blast, kind of thing. Constitution is pretty much what determines how much health you have, and it's also determines like how much booze you can drink. If somebody tries to poison you, it determines how well you can stave that off. That kind of thing. Intelligence is your arcana, your history, your religion. It's also your ability to learn things. Your investigation checks rely on it. Wisdom, that's, first of all, as a cleric, that's your spellcasting ability. You're going to want that fairly high. It also has to do with your insight and your perception. And charisma is pretty self-explanatory. It's charisma. It has to do with your persuasion, your deception, your performance checks.
And then I would run out of numbers and I'm done if that was my last one.
No, you have an 11 somewhere.
I don't know. Oh, I do have an 11.
Alright, so I'm very curious. Why did you make dexterity your highest? It's not a bad thing. Don't worry. I'm just curious why you chose to do that.
Honestly? Honestly?
Yes, honestly.
Because I felt like it.
That's perfectly fine. I'd actually be interested to see how a Dex Build Cleric goes. However, I would, if you're going to do a Dex Build Cleric, I would still make the 14 your Wisdom, simply because that's your spells, right? You want your spell casting ability to at least be kind of strong, at least your second strong, because that would push Strength to be your 12. Now, bear in mind that you're using a Warhammer, right?
Yeah.
Warhammer uses your strength to attack. So, you can buy like finesse weapons later to be able to do more with your dexterity. Like you can, like, even though you start with strength weapons, you can get dexterity weapons later and keep doing the dex build. But until that point, you will be doing not less damage necessarily. Well, yes, less damage, but also you'll be hitting less because your modifier to the attack will be less with a strength weapon.
Can't do much about that, can I?
You could switch strength and dexterity around, but you do not have to. A dex build would still be interesting, and if that's the choice you want to make, then that's what we're gonna go with.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay, great. Now, as a satyr, let's go back to your race, because as a satyr, you get some race bonuses to your ability scores.
Ooh.
So let's go back and look at satyr. Satyr, ability score. Your charisma score increases by 2, and your dexterity increases by 1.
So that means
That means your charisma becomes a 12, and your dexterity becomes a 17.
love it.
All right. Now let's look at you, you sexy bitch.
All right, just start rolling, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm. Just start rolling.
46, right?
46, and do it 6 times.
1, 2. Oh boy. 3,
Not bad.
4,
Nice.
5,
Nice.
and 6. Oh, let's go.
All right, that's pretty good. You have a single 9, but
That's fine.
it's fine. You're not gonna need all your stats, so it's not really that much of a hindrance to put that on a skill that you're not really gonna use that much.
Int and charisma are not going anywhere.
The other end of that is that playing into those negatives can be really fun, and it can actually add to the gameplay.
Oh boy.
And I'll tell you what I mean when you make your decision. So, what do we got here? We have your 9, 13, you have your 12. 14. 16, that's another 14.
14. 14. 14.
They're all 14s? Hold up.
9, 12, 14, 14, 14, 14, yeah?
That's freaking lit.
Because
Damn.
17 I got a 3, 16 I got a 2, 15 I got a 1, 16 I got a 2. Yeah.
That's wild.
Freaking cool.
That's fucking wild.
Alright, well, I know which ones are getting 14s. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are your numbers. You get 4 14s, a 12, and a 9. So what do you want to be poor in? Intelligence or charisma? Not so smart or not so good at talking to people.
I feel like not. Well, man, both those are hard because monks. Well, no, monks don't talk to people.
Well, it doesn't really matter what class you are. It's just about how you want to play your character.
I don't need to talk to people. I just need to hide from him and, you know.
Okay, so perfect. So with a -1 in charisma, that means you're a little less than average with your charisma. So maybe you're a little bit awkward, or maybe you're just a little bit of a dick, or maybe you're just like a little too blunt, and you're just always like super honest about things and never hold back, regardless of how hurtful it might be to people, or offensive. Just something that's interesting and can actually add to the gameplay. So
Gotcha.
playing on your negatives is always a good thing.
A dick monk.
Yeah.
Like death.
Hey, I don't mean to disturb you, but could I get the fuck out? But
Get the fuck out of here.
there's bad. I don't
I'm
care.
talking about death. If somebody's not dead, don't bother me.
Someone's invading right now. I will deal with it later.
That means death. Now get the fuck out and go die. Oh, this will be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, beautiful. Now, on top of this, we have to deal with your respective health. At first level, you, Mr. Monk, get 8 plus your Constitution modifier. So, do the math. 8 plus your Constitution modifier, and that's how much health you have.
10. Is that HP max? Is that where?
Yep, max and current, both. Current is the only one that changes. If you hover over your current, you'll see the little arrows on the side. You can, of course, you can type and change it to whatever, but you can also,
20. Let's go.
yeah. But you know, if you get hit, you can be like, oh, I took 5 points of damage. Bump, 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 bump. Shit, now I'm at 5. And you, Miss Cleric, you also get an 8 plus your Constitution modifier. So, do the math. What's your health?
I lost what? 8 plus my Constitution modifier.
What's your Constitution modifier?
0.
So what's your health?
8.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dying.
All right, now, go ahead and type that in to both your maximum hit point maximum and your current hit points.
Like 8.
Yep, 8.
Okay.
Perfect. Now, just because we didn't do it before, I want you both to type your speed into the speed box. Mr. Monk, you have 30. Yeah, there you go. You got 35, Melody.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now, in D&D, when it comes to like the maps, it's like what's behind you right now, behind everything here. It's this grid. Each square is 5 feet. So,
So 6 squares or 7.
Exactly. So if that's easier for you to remember, you can mark your speed by how many squares you can move. But it is 35 feet. Now, let's talk about... Hold on. What kind of armor are you wearing? You got the scale mail, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, scale mail. Alright, so 14 plus your dex to a maximum of 2. Your dexterity is definitely high enough, so you have an AC of 16. Right now it says you have an AC of 13. You want to change that to a 16. Armor class. To the left of your initiative. Right there. Perfect. Now, because you're using a shield with your Warhammer, add another 2.
So 18?
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that's what shields do, right? Plus 2? Let me double check. Shield.
No questions. Let me have it.
Yeah, that's 2. But only when you have it out.
That's fine.
You gotta have it out in your hand. So if somebody ambushes you, your AC is a 16 until you pull your shield out.
So should I keep it at 16 or leave
No,
it at 18?
keep it at 18, and I'll remember it. Or I won't. Whatever. Fuck it. All right. Now, Nos.
Mine's 14 either way.
Yeah. What's your
Either
thing?
natural armor or unarmored.
14 either way, really.
Yeah.
10 plus Dex plus Wisdom.
Or it's 12 plus Constitution.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Sure. Oh, we forgot to factor in your race, didn't we? So you are a Luxodon. Let's open up Luxodon real quick. Actually, your Constitution increases by 2, and your Wisdom increases by 1.
Yeah, so I have 15. Wait. Well, yeah, so I have 15 AC if I'm going to go natural armor.
Yeah, which I will absolutely allow you to choose.
Yeah, we'll go that. So can I choose different ACs at like different points if like one becomes better than the other?
Yeah, absolutely. If your monk shit becomes stronger because your ability scores, absolutely.
Okay.
Because that would pretty much be super bullshit. Right.
Okay, yeah. We'll go with natural armor for the start at least.
Could you imagine if like you leveled up your monk and you increased your scores and like, oh man, it would be so great if you could use that monk AC because it would be so much better. But now you're stuck at fucking 15 AC because your asshole DM decided that you had to stick with your elephant skin.
Oh my god.
Man, what a dick.
Right? What a fucking douchebag. No, I wouldn't do that to you. Do you guys even have tool proficiencies? Let me make sure you guys don't have any tool proficiencies, because if you do, then we'll have to worry about those. Skill proficiencies.
Oh, I have one artisan tool or musical instrument.
Artisan tool or musical instrument. Okay, Melody, you do not have any tool proficiencies, so you don't have to worry about that.
Amazing.
Alright, do you want an artisan tool or a musical instrument? What do you want?
I don't know.
With a musical instrument, you'll be able to, perform with your instrument. Sometimes it could be to make a distraction, or maybe just pass the time on a short rest, or maybe to help persuade someone, or maybe, I don't know, there'll become a time where some dude won't give you the information unless you use your musical talent to rake him in a couple bucks. I don't know.
You're less of a dick.
And the artisan's tools, basically whatever you choose, you can craft things using that. You can make rolls to craft. They each come with, like, the artisan's tools technically come with, like, their own passive abilities, but I'd have to look up what those are, because not even D&D Beyond tells me about that, even though, like, the rest of the information is there. So, artisan's tools to potentially craft shit and get some obscure passive abilities, or musical instrument.
Musical instrument.
All right, let's take a look at music. Nothing. Okay.
Is it just in your equipment?
Instruments. Okay, we have bagpipes, birdpipes, drums, dulcimer, whatever the fuck that is, flute, glar, hand drum, horn, longhorn, lute, lyre, pan flute, shawm, songhorn, tantan, thelar, talkin, whatever the fuck that is, viol, as in like viola or violin, wargong, whistle stick, yarting, zolkun. These are fucking what? Okay. I don't know what most of these are, but you know.
I'll probably go like hand drum.
Hand drum? You're just
Yeah.
gonna go.
I mean, so a few hours ago, I literally got done practicing taiko, which is drumming. So.
Percussion is over here, huh?
Hmm?
So yeah, we're gonna go hand drum.
Shove it in your inventory.
Alright. Hand drum. Do I put? Oh no, that's just tool proficiency.
It is a tool proficiency, so you're going to add it to your tool proficiencies.
Yeah, I see. Hand drum. Okay. Proficient.
Charisma.
Attribute. Charisma?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
So you'll be using this to make performances and stuff, and that is a charisma trait.
Alright, there we go.
Which you are awful at.
Listen, I'm not a good drummer, okay?
You're not good at it, you just like it.
I just like, beating on a drum sometimes. I play offbeat every now and then. Yeah. I play offbeat every now and then. Kind of like real life, I guess.
Don't roll a natural one or you're smash it against your face.
Alright.
Okay, so Yeah, nice. Sorry. Let me just peruse the character sheet because I know what comes next, which is the health, which we already took care of. Then the attacks, which we already took care of. Next comes a personality and alignment and all that fun shit.
Oh, it's that stuff.
Yeah, but I wanna make sure I didn't miss anything else. Real quick. Like, hold up.
You did.
Fuck yourself. All right, so I look at the top of your character sheet. I don't know why the words character sheet fucking escaped me. Yeah, click the gear again. There. Now type in your background.
That's the scientist, right?
Yep. Simic scientist.
This goes for you too, Melody, if you weren't.
No, she's got it. I see her opening it up.
Okay. And
then I don't think there's anything in your mouse. No, there's nothing in your mouse.
Oh my god.
If you want to type in things like your age, your size, what your size is medium, your specific height, your specific weight, your eye color, your skin color, your hair color, whatever, just if you want to put that in, you can. If not, then that'll be your homework. If you don't do it now, it's your homework.
Homework.
think of an elephant having hair.
It could happen. You don't know.
Could happen.
Could happen. Having a hard time?
No, I'm just laughing at things I'm thinking.
Man, do I do this number?
Sure. Perfect. Beautiful.
I mean, you just have to.
You got to. Listen. Let me check the age.
I mean,
they are considered mature by their people at 60. So technically, you're just like over mature. Yeah, you've just passed your maturity age.
Yeah. Good old 69.
Good old 69. All right, Melody, I want you to take your time with that. Let's go through your personality traits, shall we?
Let me pull that up. All right, there it is.
Now, you can technically write your own. You can type in your own personality traits, your own ideas, your own bonds, your own flaws. If you don't want to, we can go to your Civic Scientist background thing and check what they have for preferences.
I think I'll just use Simic Scientist stuff.
Okay, and mind you that you can choose more than one of the options they have laid out for you. It's not like pick one and that's all you get.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, you know how it is.
Oh yeah. Oh man, like, all three of these things just like work.
I need it.
Ideals.
Big giant ball sacks with buckets of. No, just...
Hold up. That was not acceptable.
These are a few of my favorite things. When the balls drop.
I don't want to for skin her hair.
Hold on. When the balls drop, oh my knees sting. Oh, this cock is fat. I just get a tight grip of his magnificent thing, and then I don't feel so bad.
I don't know what to do for skin her hair.
Huh?
I don't know what to do for skin her hair.
You could do pale, you could do tan, you could do dark, you could do olive, you could do black, you could do, I don't know, like pure white. You could have her hair be, the silver or blonde or brown or blood red or, a fiery orange or, black
Done.
or an unnatural purple or some shit. I don't know.
Vax, take a look at the bonds I wrote in, or that I took.
Oh, I love bonds. I mean, what?
Wait, what?
All right.
I mean, that was the first thing I read too, and I was like, that just makes sense.
I'm gonna read your personality traits first. Describe everything. Actually, I'm not gonna read it out loud because Melody can't know.
Okay.
Oh, please do that. The first one in your personality traits, please. I would love to see your character just ramble like that.
I'll try. But yeah, I was like, that makes sense. I would do that.
Ideals. Interesting. Got it.
I mean, the bonds just make sense for this character.
Sorry, no, I was talking to her because she switched her thing back over to core, and I wanted to switch back to her bio to make sure I got everything.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Oh my god. Yep, that works. All right, now
It just works.
just check that flaw.
Yeah.
Yes, that works perfectly with your negative modifier. That is great. Yeah. Yes, beautiful. Okay, now, Melody, do you want to come up with your own personality traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws, or do you want to use the suggestions from the Simic Scientist thing?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So go to D&D 5e wiki. You there?
Scientist, yes.
You got it?
Mhm.
Look at you. That's progress. Alright, now go ahead and scroll down to where it says personality traits, ideals, bonds, flaws, and same thing as I said with him, you can choose more than one. You are not limited to just one per.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a character, and the personality traits, the ideals, the bonds, and the flaws are all just going to be: I am the danger. I am the one who knocks.
Great. I guess with my ideals, I write in that alignment, right?
Yeah. However, we'll go over alignment later, because the alignment system can be kind of confusing. So I'm going to
Chaotic chaos, chaotic chaos, chaotic chaos.
just all chaos.
For ideals, same thing. I can pick more than one, or
Oh yeah, all of them. Ideals, you can pick more than one. Bonds, you can pick more than one. Flaws, you can pick more than one. And like even after you choose the ones from that list, you can still type in your own after that. There's not really a limit.
gotcha.
You can edit any of the ones if you like. Oh, this would be cool, but I want to change this about it. It's very very freeform, as most things with D&D are.
Done. With ideals.
I just tuned into your stream right as you started doing it.
Good.
And, like, I was like, is that what you're actually doing?
It is. Yeah. I wanted to see if, like, without watching my stream, if you guys be like, "What the fuck is he doing?"
No, I knew exactly what you were doing. I wanted to make sure that was exactly what you were doing. Also,
Beautiful.
I see you also have the bubbles.
The bubbles? What bubbles?
The bubbles.
Oh, bless.
Discord bubbles.
Yes, that was a pain in the ass. I had to download a fucking thing for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll send you the link I use.
It's too late now. It's too late for me.
But I mean, it's like, you don't have to, like, you just use it as a browser source.
Well, the
And
thing I
if you use
downloaded.
setting that up-
Yeah, that's what I got. I had to download it. I
I mean, I click install for OBS, but it's like, it's all browser source.
It's a browser, but you still have to install it, and then it uses the URL that it gives you as the quote-unquote browser source. It's still something that you install onto your computer.
I don't even remember installing it. I guess I did that.
Well, you would have had to in order to get to the step where you get the thing.
Yeah. I guess I just did it so long ago that I forgot.
Dummy.
I'm sorry. Alright. Whew.
I am normal in every way, shape, and form.
I'm pressing X to doubt. That's an immediate X.
Why? What's up?
Let me pull up my PS4.
Nah. Why would you doubt that? Why would you? It's fine. I am fine. I am okay.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I
We
don't.
both know neither of us are normal.
This is fair. It's fair.
How close are you to affiliate, by the way? I feel like you should be close.
I am already past the point where I can get affiliate, but I'm not going to get affiliate because it could fuck me over. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll have to find the video and send it to you, but potentially bad juju. It's better to wait until I can get partner. So that's what I'm doing. And I have a thing open for donations in my description, so I could technically make money that way. It's just to my PayPal.
I see. Okay.
What was I about to, right, the
That is so impressive that you're just able to go into that pitch, that song, that instantly. That's impressive.
I am a music box, man. You know, just
It's so impressive.
thanks, man. I'm glad you're impressed. Now fuck on.
Get out into that fucking field and go die so you can reach your death. I want
Okay.
everyone to die.
Okay.
Listen to the elephant. Listen to the elephant in the room. That's gonna be such a joke. We're gonna talk about the elephant in the room.
Well, I lost.
You lost?
Remember the bet we did earlier?
Oh.
Oh, you've snorted how many times? 3, 4?
5 right now.
Yes, let's go. Pog.
Bam 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 bam. Bang bang.
Jeez.
Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Ba ba.
Nice.
Man, Crazy Frog was the shit.
Yes.
But you know, I can't do any more than that because DMCA. I'm gonna get fucked by the DMCA. I'm gonna get fucked by the DMCA. Yeah.
I was playing a game. It was probably now last month, and it's like there's music like in the game. Like you can just like start playing music in the game, like at a jukebox,
Oh.
and it got part of that VOD muted. I was like, all right, never playing that area again while I play this game.
Ever in the history of forever.
But I also found like DMCA music, so I was like, cool. Let's just have this going on at least while we do D&D. It is what it is.
I'm dancing to nothing. Okay, I'm done dancing.
Harris Heller has some pretty good music, and the stream beats are DMCA free playlists. If you want them.
Hold on, sorry, what?
I sent you a link. It's for Harris Heller's music on Spotify, and
Oh.
it's DMCA free. The stream beats.
Hell yeah.
So
Love it.
I've been having this going on in the background.
Fuck yeah.
Excuse me.
Nice.
There is no excuse for you.
Ah. Okay, am I missing anything or?
No, you're good. Just close out with the gears.
Oh, my bad.
Here it is. This is why I want to be a bard at some point in some game.
You should.
Yeah, just do it.
The problem is if you've ever watched Critical Role, if you haven't, you should. You should watch the first campaign because it's where this particular person plays a bard. He is so fucking good and so fucking fast. Like he'll think of not just like the tune but the lyrics to match in order to make a song about whatever event is going on, just fucking on the spot, and it's crazy. And there's like I can bring tunes up like crazy, and I can kind of bring words in sometimes, but
Is it Arcadium or somebody in that campaign?
no, nobody in that campaign. There's a show called Critical Role.
Oh wait, no, sorry, never mind. I was thinking something else.
Yeah,
I
and
was thinking,
the man's name is Sam Riegel. The Critical Role is like the entire cast is voice actors, by the way. If you're a Skyrim fan, Laura Bailey plays in Critical Role, and she's the voice of Serana.
Gotcha.
The DM Matt Mercer plays that one dude from Overwatch, the cowboy dude that goes it's high noon.
McCree?
Yeah, McCree. Yep, that's Matt Mercer's voice.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, they're all voice actors, and then that's just one of each of their many projects. They've all done a shit ton of work.
Damn.
Yeah, and it's fucking phenomenal. If you're going to watch it, I would suggest campaign 1 if you want to find the bard shit and see what I'm talking about. However, you have to be patient because like they started this shit like 3 or 4 years ago. And so like campaign 1, the technology is not that great, and they also didn't have the funding that they really needed, so like just the quality isn't that great. And there's some audio issues in the first and second episode. If you can get through that, and if you can handle the fact that it's a lower quality to start with, it is worth the story. If you're someone that like kind of can't deal with that, and usually that turns you off to the point where you just don't watch it anymore, then I would suggest jumping in on campaign 2.
Gotcha.
That's a message to you too, my lovely viewers.
So what's up now? Or is Melody still working?
Am I supposed to?
No, I apologize. I apologies, guys.
We have a bad DM. It must be sent out.
You have a shit DM. You have a garbage DM. Now let's go through a ligament. Alignment. I'm just being an asshole. Don't worry about it.
That's my job.
All right, so sorry. Okay. Alignment. I want you guys to both have your thing open on your alignment. Lawful on itself is not technically in alignment. So, let's go through them. Figure out which ones you guys are. Shall we? Yes, we shall. Shut the fuck up.
Wow. I'm the asshole.
Alright, so neither of you are planning on being evil, yeah?
Not directly.
As he types in lawful evil. Alright, so our options are, there's chaotic good, which is creatures act as their conscience directs them, with little regard for what others expect. Copper dragons, many elves, and unicorns are chaotic good. Yeah. Yes, unicorns are a thing. So essentially, they do good, but they don't really think about the consequences of the shit they do. They just kind of like I will absolutely break into this dude's home, potentially break all of his furniture, just to apprehend the robber that was trying to steal a few coins.
Love it.
Like, yeah, you caught the thief, but you destroyed all of his shit, and that's way more expensive than the few coins that robber tried to take. Chaotic neutral. Creatures follow their whims, holding their personal freedom above all else. Many barbarians and rogues and some bards are chaotic neutral. Essentially, you do whatever the fuck you want. It's not necessarily evil. You don't seek to hurt anybody. You don't seek to do evil things. You don't hold evil beliefs. But you don't necessarily care about being, like, helping people either. You don't really focus too much on trying to do the right thing. You just kind of do whatever the fuck you want to do, and that's about it. Then we have lawful good. Creatures can be counted on to do the right thing as expected by society. Gold dragons, paladins, and most dwarves are lawful good. So pretty much your lawful good is an interesting one because yes, it says by society, but lawful is all about following. Yeah, sometimes the laws, but it can also mean that you follow your own kind of moral code that you've set for yourself. You could set a moral code and still be considered lawful because you follow that to the letter, and it's like, I cannot stray from the code that I set for myself. But many times it's, oh, I must follow the law, I must follow what society has dictated, what the government has dictated, kind of thing. Lawful neutral. Individuals act in accordance with law, tradition, or personal... Okay, sorry, never mind. I'm an asshole. This is what the whole law, tradition, or personal codes thing. So good is just literally societal norms. Lawful good is just literally like what society thinks they should do. True neutral is the alignment of those who prefer to steer clear of moral questions and don't take sides. Doing what seems best at the time, but not necessarily in a chaotic manner. The difference being that true neutrals are neutrals, but kind of like really laid back about it and just kind of don't want to mess with anything. Chaotic neutral, Deadpool.
Just out of curiosity, chaotic evil. I want to hear it.
Hold on, let me finish with neutral good first, just so that...
Yeah. I want to hear the evil sides.
Neutral good. Folk do the best they can to help others according to their needs. Many celestials, some cloud giants, and most gnomes are neutral good. So you try to do the best that you can, you try to do good, but you're not like on the lawful side where everything's got to be strict, like I have to do the right thing or else. No, you just you try to help out here and there, you try to do the best that you can. All right, let's go into the evil. Neutral evil is the alignment of those who do whatever they can. Do whatever they can get away with, without compassion or qualms. Many drow, some cloud giants, and goblins are neutral evil. Lawful evil. Creatures methodically take what they want, within the limits of a code of tradition, loyalty, or order. Devils, blue dragons, and hobgoblins are lawful evil. And chaotic evil. Creatures act with arbitrary violence, spurred by their greed, hatred, bloodlust, or whatever the fuck else seems to drive them to do these crazy bullshit things. Demons, red dragons, and orcs are chaotic evil.
Okay. I'm going chaotic neutral.
All right.
Because I'm a dick and I do what I want.
Do what I want, bitch! Okay. That's pretty much that's it. Your characters are made. Your characters are done. Well, except for Melody. Melody, you still need to work on your spells, which I will do with you in a minute. But you, Nos, are done. If you want to stick around, you can listen, so you can kind of get a taste of how spells work. It will still you will still be learning things, just not specifically for your character.
Gotcha. I will be right back because I'm gonna end my stream.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna wait for him because if he's going to stick around, I want him to learn the same things that you're about to learn.
Got it.
Okay, I am here, but I am listening.
Get the fuck out.
Okay, bye. I'll be right back again, but I have my headphones on so I can hear.
Oh, you can hear? Okay, good.
Yeah. So yeah, like fuck that Nosh guy.
Yeah, fuck that Nos guy. Alright, so, go on to D&D Beyond. Melody.
Yeah.
Go to your Cleric.
Mhm.
Go to Class Features.
Yep.
And we're gonna read all about your spellcasting, alright?
Okay.
You got it open?
Mhm.
Beautiful. As a conduit for divine power, you can cast cleric spells. See spell rules for the general rules of spellcasting and spell listing for cleric spells. I already know most of this shit, so we don't need to go reading those. Cantrips. At first level, you know 3 cantrips of your choice from the cleric spell list. You learn additional cleric cantrips of your choice at higher levels, as shown in the cantrips known column of the cleric table. We don't have to worry about that. We're just first level for now. Preparing and casting spells. This part is very important. The cleric table shows how many spells you can have to cast your cleric spells at first level and higher. To cast one of these spells, you must expend a spell slot of the spell's level or higher. You regain all expended spell slots when you finish a long rest. You prepare the list of cleric spells that are available for you to cast, choosing from the cleric spell list. When you do so, choose a number of cleric spells equal to your wisdom modifier plus your cleric level, minimum of 1 spell. The spells must be of a level for which you have the spell slots. For example, if you are a 3rd level cleric, you have 4 first level and 2 second level spell slots. With a wisdom of 16, your list of prepared spells that you can have can include 6 spells of 1st or 2nd level in any combination. If you prepare the 1st level spell Cure Wounds, you can cast it using a first level slot or a 2nd level slot. Casting the spell doesn't remove it from your list of prepared spells. It just means that you spent the spell slot. You can change your list of prepared spells when you finish a long rest. So when you're playing out in the world, if you want to prepare new spells, like say you brought a bunch of fire spells, but shit, we're going up against things that are resistant to fire now. So let's take a long rest, and I'll prepare some new shit so that I'm not super weak in this fight. You can do that. Preparing a new list of cleric spells requires time spent in prayer and meditation, at least 1 minute per spell level for each spell on your list. Your spellcasting ability. Wisdom is your spellcasting ability for your blah, 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 blah. We'll worry about that in a minute. We just wanted to worry about the how many cantrips you can have and how many spells you can have and the whole preparation thing. So, I want you to hover over where it says spell listings, right under spellcasting. See, that's like purple lettering.
Mhm.
I want you to right click that and open up a new tab. You got it open? Hello?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you see on the very left of the list, you see where it says, like, level. I want you to click that until all the cantrips... I think you should only have to click it once, but all the cantrips should show up first, right? Cantrips, and then you scroll down and it goes to first level.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So, what I want you to do is... I want you to read through the cantrips and tell me which 3 you think you want to take. And if there are any that you see that are like, well, you need to buy this book, then just fuck that and go search it up on Wikidot.
Wiki.
Yeah.
Spirit of the Dying. I want that one.
Spirit of the Dying, okay.
We put it down in the.
We'll worry about it after. Just tell me, go through and tell me which 3, and then I'll have you put them down in your spellbook.
So Spirit of the Dying is 1. What does resistance mean?
Resistance means. Oh, you're talking about the spell?
The cantrip.
The cantrip. Well, click on it and read it.
I did, but I still don't get it.
Okay, you touch one willing creature, so probably somebody in your party who is willing to take the effects of the spell. Once before the spell ends, the spell lasts up to 1 minute. This is a concentration spell. We'll go into what that means later, but it lasts for up to a minute. So for up to a minute, once before that minute is up, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one saving throw of its choice. It can roll the die before or after making the saving throw. The spell then ends. What this means is, remember I was talking about dexterity saving throws. So imagine if you cast this on Nos, right? You cast this on Nos, and then an explosion happens right next to him, or maybe a trap goes off that's firing giant bolts, giant metal arrows at him. Well, now he has to make a dexterity saving throw, which is him rolling a 20-sided die and adding his saving throw modifier, his dexterity saving throw modifier to that roll. Well, if he rolls too low, then he can use a 4-sided die, roll that, and add whatever the d4 gets to the number. So say the difficulty rating, the DC of the saving throw, let's say it's a 15, right? And with his modifier, he rolls a 13. And that's not enough. That would mean that he just takes the full brunt of those massive arrows. Well, because you cast a spell at him, he gets to roll a d4. I rolled a 3 on the d4. Okay, well now you've brought that 13 to a 16, and that definitely passes. It passes one above the actual DC. And so now instead of getting hit by all those arrows, he gets to not get hit by all those arrows.
Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
What does those like G, S, and M's and that mean?
So what these mean is there is the components. Like look at resistance. That has all 3, right? The V stands for visual. That means in order to cast this spell, you must be able to see the target. You must be able to see with your eyes the target. S is somatic. Somatic means like doing like hand movements and motioning with your hands. So your hands and arms have to be free. You have to be able to make those motions with your hands in order to cast the spell.
Okay.
And then M is your material components. So for this, you see bottom left, you see that tiny little thing in parentheses. It's in italics. It says a miniature cloak, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the material it takes. You need a miniature cloak in order to cast this. Now, your character is a cleric, right? So you have your holy symbol, and part of you being a cleric means that your holy symbol counts as a what's it called? Give me a second. I think it's an arcane focus. I think that's what it's called. essentially, if you need to cast a spell that has a material thing, it doesn't necessarily eat up the material like this miniature cloak. It needs it in order to cast the spell, but it doesn't consume the miniature cloak. So as long as you have one with you, you'll be able to cast the spell. So how this works is if you don't have anything to really do that with, you'd have to. Some DMs have it so that rarely, I've never seen a DM do this, and I surely wouldn't do this, would have you go out and have to hunt down and maybe like purchase these items like separately just to be able to cast the spells. That's bullshit. The other two workarounds are component bags and arcane focuses. Component bags are literally a bag that just kind of like throwaway story. It has all of the components. It's not specified what's in it. It's just whatever is needed for your spells. It's in there. Except for things that are specified, like some of the higher up spells, like they need diamonds worth at least 500 gold, and it consumes the diamond in order to cast. Like those don't come in your component bag, but the simple shit like a miniature cloak or a piece of a feather or some simple shit like that's all in the component bag. The other thing is the arcane focus. The arcane focus can be a wand or a staff or a crystal ball or pretty much just anything that's made to instead of using material components, channel the magic through it instead. Your holy symbol works that way, so you do not need these material components unless it asks for something like a 500 gold worth diamond.
Okay. Okay, would it be like okay if I did the three of like resistance, spare the dying, and light?
It would be okay for you to choose any three.
I'm gonna hop out. I'll see you guys later.
All right, hey, you good?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably play some other games.
All right, I'll see you later then.
I'll see you.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
I was gonna tell him that he'll learn magic as we start actually doing more lessons, because after everybody's got their characters set up, I'll pretty much be teaching you by having you guys kind of play through a campaign. Like you guys would just be playing the game, and that's how you guys will be learning. It'll be like a light version of the game. It's not going to be quite as open-ended, and a lot more room for questions and learning, and I'll be teaching you things along the way. But because you, and I'm sure you won't be the only caster, we have two other people, and I have a feeling that at least one of them is going to be a caster as well. He'll kind of get the gist of it as he watches you guys cast your spells, and hears me explain to you that you need this and that, and that this one takes an action to cast, so he'll get it.
Ah, gotcha. Just like experience and watch.
Yeah. Watch and learn, buddy. Watch and learn.
Those
Okay.
are the words.
All right. So, what are the three that you chose? Light, resistance, and spare the dying, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So, let's go back to your character sheet, and under cantrips, you're gonna add one. You're gonna type in light as the name.
Light.
Okay. No, that's not it. I can't see the name. Click. No, you're fine. You're fine. Click out of the name so I can see it pop up. There we go. Okay. Now we'll go back to the spells list. Now, what does it say the School of Magic is?
Oh my god. Evoking.
You got it. That was it.
Evocation.
Evocation, yep. So that's what you're going to put for your Roll20. It says school, you're going to type in evocation. Beautiful. Now, let me check real quick. No, I didn't think so. Okay. You see the little box that you can check that says ritual?
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about that just yet. None of the spells none of the cantrips are ritual spells, but when you're looking through the spells, if you see any that have, you know how in the spell list some of them have these diamonds that have a little C inside them?
Yeah.
You'll see, like next to the name as well, ritual spells will have kind of like a square. It kind of looks like a book icon with an R inside of it, and that means it's a ritual spell.
Okay.
And when we get to one, if we get to one, I'll explain it to you. If we don't get to one, then I'll explain it to you after we get your spells done. What does it say the casting time is for light?
Casting time, 1 action.
1 action, there you go. What's the range on it?
20 feet. Touch.
Touch. Yep. Target. This one you kind of have to read the description for. What's it say?
I'm guessing an object?
Exactly.
Oh, wait. Oh, you know, I was right. Okay, cool.
An object no larger than 10 feet.
Do I have to read the whole thing?
We'll say an object. It'll say all of that in the description anyway. So just an object. No, you're fine. If you already wrote it, then fuck it, leave it. All right. What are the components? Visual, somatic, material, all three, just 2 of them.
Material.
Visual material. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. I would have you type in the material cost for it, but that's just a whole other pain in the ass, and it doesn't matter anyway because you have an arcane focus. So I'm gonna say that can go fuck itself. Next is duration. What does it say the duration is?
1 hour.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is not an attack or anything, so all that's left is putting the description in. So you're going to copy and paste the description of the spell into the description box.
Gotcha. And done?
Done.
Okay.
And then you click the... Yeah, it's a little bit different with the spells. And to close out the spells, that little circle with the eye in it, that's what you click. Yep.
Oh.
I don't know why it's different there, but it is. Go ahead and add your next spell. I'm gonna watch you do it all by your onesies. Resistance, you got this.
Onesies? I want a onesie.
Come on, you got this. I believe in you.
Oh my god, computer! alright if I pull for target willing creature?
Yeah, that would absolutely work.
Amazing. And that would be it.
Remember what I said about that symbol?
The C. So that means that.
Mm-hmm. Concentration. Perfect. Now the description.
I'm learning. I wish I had this motivation for other things.
Okay, hold on.
Oh.
Now, concentration. What this means is, well, of course, you have to concentrate on it. Now, you can cast other spells while you're concentrating on a spell, right? So if you're concentrating on resistance, you can still cast light. You cannot cast another concentration spell. You can only concentrate on one spell at a time. So if you wanted to cast another concentration spell, you would have to stop concentrating on that other spell. So if you wanted to cast a different concentration spell, you would... Nos would suddenly lose his ability to use the D4 because you've dropped concentration on resistance.
Okay.
The other thing about concentration, if you get hit while you're concentrating on a spell, it forces you to make a Constitution saving throw. If you fail that Constitution saving throw, you lose concentration and the spell ends. If you succeed, you keep concentration and the spell keeps going.
I love these gambling type of things.
Yes. It's very fun. Also, just so you understand, in a combat scenario, every round, right? So like, there's always a turn order. A rolling initiative is deciding who goes first, including like the monsters or enemies or whatever you're fighting. Let's say it's the two of you against two enemies, and it goes you first. Then enemy number 1, then Nos, then enemy number 2. That's one round. You, enemy 1, him, enemy 2. That's one round. That one round, no matter how many people are involved, even if like there's more people in the party, more enemies to deal with, no matter how many people go, a single round is still counted as 6 seconds.
6 seconds?
6 seconds. Every round is 6 seconds past. So a
That's
full
not a round.
per round, a full minute is 10 rounds.
That's a lot of rounds.
It's a lot of rounds. That's right. So if you find an especially strong spell that lasts for a minute, that's a long ass time in combat.
Very.
So just remember that.
I hope I do.
Yeah, alright. Next cantrip.
It was really dying.
Yep, spare the dying.
Spare the dying. Dying.
Dying. Just to make sure I have my facts straight, I'm gonna look up something real quick like. Hold, please. Okay. I was close to my original Funkle Funk. All right, let me see what you got. Funkle Funk. Listen, hey. Touch, location.
Ow.
Action, necromancy, yes, instantaneous. Very nice. All right, beautiful.
Oh.
Now, I'll be right back because I gotta piss and I'm gonna get myself some milk.
Go.
I will be right back, and I want you to start. Never mind, because I gotta teach you how to figure out how many spells you can even have. You know what? I want you to go to D&D Beyond,
Yeah.
and I want you to go into the cleric thing.
Okay.
And go to the class features, and I want you to start reading through the different things that you'll be able to do as a cleric once you start leveling up more.
Okay.
I don't think I taught you everything that you need to know to be able to understand it all, so you might have some questions, but I think you know enough to get most of it.
From the class features?
From the class features, yeah.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Go.
Come back, give me a minute. Oh, please. Milk. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Alright. So, I have to read your cleric thing again because I gotta do the math. It's not necessarily hard math, but I wanna.
Oh, you said math. Okay.
Yeah, meth. So choose a number of cleric spells equal to your wisdom modifier plus your cleric level. Okay. So, what are that? Wisdom modifier 2, so you can have 3 spells right now. 3 first level spells. So you see on Roll20, this right here?
Yeah.
So these, obviously 0 is your cantrips, 1 is your first level spells. You have 2 first level slots as a level 1 cleric. Excuse me. Oh man, I haven't even eaten anything yet.
A 4. No. 3.5.
Okay, thanks. This is your total. This is over here as how many you actually have right now. This can be edited and should be edited. This number.
Okay, so do I put it to...
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. All right, now let's look at your cleric spells again and figure out how many first level spells you. Hmm.
I was looking at the spells while you were gone, and I just realized now the one that I really wanted, I just looked at it for a second. I'm like, damn it.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
I hope so.
In fact, I think. Never mind. Once you reach 3rd level, you'll get there.
Oh.
There's one particular spell that I used quite a lot as a death domain cleric. I won't tell you which one it is, but.
Nice to know there's one.
Huh?
At least I know there's one.
Yeah. There's some good spells in here. There's a lot of diversity, and a lot of these have plenty of utility and lots of different uses. But some of them, you could also say, are pretty situational.
Yeah.
So it's up to you. Remember, when you're reading through these, if you see any that require you to buy a book, just look them up in the Wikidot. Wiki. I'm on a turntable, yo. Wiki.
7.
You can call me DJ Vax.
that's cool. I think.
Which one?
Create or destroy water.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's cool.
That can be super dope.
Yes.
It's a 30-foot cube. That's a lot of cube.
It is a lot of cubes. That's like almost one of my like yeah.
That's a whole lot of cube. Here, let me demonstrate.
Demonstrate.
Let me demonstrate. Go back to Roll20 real quick.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if you double tap the tab, the very topmost tab of the window that is your character sheet, it minimizes it to this like.
I don't know where it went now. What do you do?
It's a small tab that's a little translucent, so you should be able to see it.
Oh, I see it.
Yep.
Amazing. Okay, so yeah.
Hold please. Sorry, let's see. You can stand on one square, right? This square can hold one person.
Mm-hmm. Where?
That's how big your cube is.
What? That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Yeah, so you can create that much water. Remember that it's water, so if you just create it in an open space, it doesn't stay in a cube. It will just pour out onto the ground and be at like maybe ankle height.
Literally make it rain.
It won't rain, it'll just be a fucking cube of water that just appears and then splashes down onto the floor.
Yeah.
But if there's like water in your way, you can literally just destroy it.
Like, oh, bye.
Like, this lake in front of me, yeah, gone.
Like, you know what? I don't want to swim today. Bye.
And all the fishes will die.
Oh, that was sad.
But yeah, it's a
I can
thing.
make flames go away. Like, no fire.
It's a thing. It's a thing that can happen.
No, but literally says like alternatively the water falls as rain in a 30-foot cube within range.
Oh, does it say that?
Rain. I can make it rain. Why does it hype me up? I don't know.
Because make it rain.
Yeah, it's a dream. So the chapter though. Oh my god, where's this up?
Is that one of them that you're choosing?
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be one of them.
Okay. What'd you do? Oh, you did the thing. Alright, what else?
Oh, yeah, there's two.
3.
3!
You have 2 slots, but you can know 3 spells at a time.
I want command. That sounds dope.
Command is pretty dope.
I'm getting command.
Alright, command. And what else? You got one more.
One more. One more. Dum, 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 dum. So many to pick, so many to pick.
You can do Cure Wounds or Healing Word to heal people. You can detect magic in case there's any kind of magic bullshit in the caves that you're going through or whatever. You could do Guiding Bolt
Guiding bolt.
as an actual attack spell.
I'm doing that. Done. Sold.
Okay, Guiding Bolt. So we have Command, Create or Destroy Water, and Guiding Bolt.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm filling in. Bum, 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 bum. So how was your day?
Good. It was very good.
Good.
Now, mind you, we're only writing 3 down now, but technically you could add all of the spells right now. All of the first level spells. You just would only be able to have 3 prepared at a time. So if you
I didn't know I could do all technically.
yeah, if you want to, we can go through all of them and just get all of them into your spell book, and then you'll just have to gauge which ones you want prepared.
I would love to, but I really cannot because I have to wake up at 5 in the morning like every day. So.
Which is why I didn't have you do that in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But I figured I'd ask just in case.
Which is very kind of you. Usually people don't, and it's just like, oh shit, what time is it? Oh shit, I wake up in 20 minutes. Yo, dude, story time, go.
Story time?
Go.
Alright. There once was a man named Harry. He rubbed his balls on some poison berries.
That story.
I'm trying to think of more lines. It gave him a rash, but he had no cash, and the medicine man was scary.
I give you that credit, I'm just literally just making it up as we go.
Yeah.
Oh, random question. For the create and destroy one, is the target water?
Yep.
Okay. That's confusing, like...
Water or empty space. Depends on if you're creating or destroying.
I think that's it.
Hold please.
Nope.
Create or destroy water. Yeah, okay.
There we go. Okay.
In parentheses, I want you to put, in range, I want you to put, in parentheses, 30-foot cube. 30 FT cube. Because it's a 30-foot range, because you can place the cube 30 feet away from you. So you need both.
There we go. And now description, right?
Yes.
Do you ever just get hungry at night and you're like, should I or should I not eat?
I'm eating right now, so.
Yeah, but you just do it. I'm here like, should I? Are you eating? You ain't sharing? What?
Come here, what the fuck you want from me? Come here.
One time when my friend like literally I was eating and they got mad at me for not inviting them to that, so I literally ordered them Taco Bell and sent them to their place like, there, be happy.
Nice.
And they got mad at me like, what? Oh, sorry, I talk a lot.
It's fine. No, you're fine. That's further down. I didn't want to open that. Create or destroy water. Okay, so gonna open up the edit back up. See at the bottom of the description where it says at higher levels.
Yeah.
You're gonna copy that whole section and put it down below in the box that says at higher levels.
Oh, my bad.
That's fine.
You know, you would think I know it since I read it, but it's like, I don't. That would be like that.
Perfect.
Amazing.
Alright, next spell.
What does that sound?
I don't know. What is that spell? I can smell sound. God damn it. D&D.
Oh.
That's not what the sound is. That's just like I said spell because I was thinking about D&D.
What song is that? Damn it.
Sounds like a Christmas song.
Oh my god, it is!
Bum 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 bum.
What is that? What's it called though? Something, something, something.
I have no idea.
We regular people. What keeps them up at night?
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way.
What you eating? Are the apples already? I'm sorry.
I'm eating balls.
Must be good, must be good.
I love balls. They're so moist.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's like chicken and rice, but it's like got this creamy sauce in it. I think it's called deconstructed chicken pot pie. That's what it is.
Oh. Wait, question. For the whole command thing, what is the target like a creature within range? That makes sense?
Mhm.
Okay. You good?
Hold, please.
Holding green.
Let's change that from 1 rounds to 1 round. Yeah, it was good to me. Hold up, is that a? Let me. That might be. It's not. Interesting. Okay, cool. I was wondering if it was a concentration, but it's not.
I check.
Very nice. Then yeah, that's good. Next,
Now I can't remember what the last one I said.
guiding bolt.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's both of them right now? Oh, almost 2 million.
Reverse. Crisscross. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands.
How do you have all this energy? How?
Because I've stayed up late several weeks in a row.
Okay.
I have adapted.
Adapting.
You repeated it back to me and it was really funny and almost fucking blew milk out my nose.
Oh, that should have happened.
My nose is very close to my laptop. I wouldn't have been happy. That would not have been ideal.
Maybe not. But it would have been funny.
It would have been funny. Dancing in my chair.
That's the way to do it at 1:30 in the morning.
Oh yeah.
If you're not dancing in your chair at 1:30 in the morning, you're doing it wrong.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you'd fucking... You better be dancing in your chair.
I don't have a chair.
Well then, dance in your not chair. By the way, just so you know, Guiding Bolt, you doing this at level 1, 4d6 damage. That's a lot. 4d6.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, does this affect the smallest one or is it just added all together?
No. The 4d6 minus the lowest, that's just for calculating your ability scores.
So this one will be the complete.
Yeah, 4d6, all four dice. Yeah.
I would love the odds of that.
4d6 is that's a lot for early game. That's good.
Right? I think it's it.
Hold up. Wow, wee woo. Oh, that's why it's around. Okay. That's weird. But yeah, that's the one. That's it.
Hell yeah.
Now, close that out. Now, you see the circles on the left?
Yeah.
Those circles are the very reason you could be able to put all the spells in there. Go ahead
and then you like
click the circles.
click.
Red means it's a spell you have prepared.
Mm-hmm.
So you have all of them and just have 3 ticked off as prepared.
That's so convenient. Oh,
Whereas cantrips, you just always know.
like that. Those it. That's it.
Yep, and cantrips do not cost a spell slot because they're like the lower tier spells.
They're like your foundation.
Yeah, they're considered the super easy spells.
My ABC.
Yeah. Yeah, you learned that shit in kindergarten.
Oh my god! I wish, kid. I wish.
Right?
Oh.
But yeah, so you have 3 spells, but you only have 2 slots, so be wary of that when you're casting a first level spell.
Keep going. Out of those 3 I have, I can only do 2 at a time.
You can only do 2 per long rest.
Okay, can you explain what long rest exactly is?
Yeah, you'll have to listen to me explain it again when everybody else comes on to hear this explanation. But I will explain it to you now so you understand what that means. A short rest, I believe, is half an hour to an hour, where you just are resting, like sitting at a campfire, just chilling out, or whatever you're doing. And you can do things while you're doing a short rest, like you can read a book. You could, because like sometimes you'll find like magic books out in the world that'll actually like give you skills or feats or increase one of your ability scores or something. And you can spend a little time reading that, and like because those books, they have an allotted amount of time that you have to read them before it'll let you take the ability or feat or whatever it is. So you can spend a little time reading, or you could try a little bit of crafting during your short rest if you have the capability, or
Do I have the capability of crafting?
not right now. You don't have proficiency in any artisan's tools. I mean, as a character, you could go out and try to learn that trade. You could take time to learn that trade from somebody else, but at current, no. But a short rest, essentially, it allows you to heal up. When you take a short rest, let me go to your core real quick. Do you see down here your hit dice?
Yeah.
You have one because you're level 1. You only have one hit dice. Your hit die are d8s. So during a short rest, you can roll a d8 and heal up that amount. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's a d8 plus your constitution modifier, which is 0 right now anyway, so that doesn't matter. But during a short rest, you can heal up. There are some abilities that you might get that replenish every short or long rest, in which case you'd get those abilities back through the short rest. A long rest is like a full 8 hours of sleep. Like straight up, long rest is just you sleeping for 8 hours, and then that heals you to full, and gives you all your spell slots back, and and all your abilities back, and all just everything just refreshed. It's also yeah, it's also important because there is such thing as points of exhaustion. If you don't sleep for a while, or if some kind of magic or something causes you to be exhausted, or if you over exert yourself, or you drink too much booze, even, you can get a point of exhaustion. I think there. Let me look up exactly how exhaustion works, because I haven't really used that too much.
Uses it now.
Exhaustion. Okay, so some special abilities and environmental hazards, such as starvation and the long-term effects of freezing or scorching temperatures, can lead to a special condition called exhaustion. Exhaustion is measured in 6 levels. In effect, can give a creature 1 or more levels of exhaustion, as specified in the effects description. First level of exhaustion gives you disadvantage on ability checks. Now, I'm about to teach you the difference between advantage and disadvantage. Again, you'll have to hear me repeat this for everybody else. You'll probably have to hear me repeat this whole thing for everybody else at some point. Advantage. Actually, I want you to click on your Arcana spell. Let's say you're making not Arcana spell, your Arcana skill. Let's say you're making an Arcana roll to check and see if there's an item that's magical. A 7, okay. Now roll again.
Arcana.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If you had advantage, you would have taken the 13. If you had disadvantage, you would have taken the 7.
Oh.
Advantage makes you roll twice and choose the higher of the two. Disadvantage makes you roll twice and choose the lower of the two.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's painful. I wonder how much that costs to some people in
Oh,
yeah,
it can
sessions.
cost you hardcore. It could
Oh
also
no.
help you hardcore if you get advantage. I've seen several times on Critical Role, someone be like, roll, nope, roll again, and the first roll was a natural one. The second one still failed, but was definitely better than a critical fail. Because a critical fail, that's some shit.
Oh my god.
um, yeah. The second level of exhaustion, on top of having disability on disadvantage on ability checks, your speed is halved.
Oof.
Third level of exhaustion, you have all of that plus disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws.
And this is all building up. It's not just like this one only, that one only. It all builds up, right?
Oh, it builds up. Oh yeah.
Oh,
At fourth, you get all of that plus your maximum hit points are halved.
what?
At fifth level, at the fifth level of exhaustion, your speed is reduced to 0. You can no longer move because you are so exhausted and so drained. Sixth level, you die.
Yo, 6th level, new goal, new goal.
Um, there's another thing I wanted to explain. Right, saving throws. So you have your abilities, and you can make like click on your strength right now, not in the saving throws, and your ability thing, right? Click strength. Just click strength.
Submit.
There are times where I'll have you just roll a regular, just straight out strength check, right? Or a dexterity check or an intelligence check, because like maybe whatever you're doing doesn't necessarily need you to do an athletics check. Like maybe you're trying to lift up a fallen stone door that's just really fucking heavy. You need to lift it up so that everybody can get through. That's a strength check because there's no skill that really goes to that. It's not athletics. It's just pure strength. Or an intelligence check to see if you can figure out a puzzle, or see if you can figure out the meaning of some writing in a language you don't quite understand, to see if you're smart enough to just kind of piece it together enough to get a slight gist, using your smarts. That's not an arcana roll, that's not a history roll, that's not anything. That's your pure intelligence trying to figure something out. All adversely, you have your saving throws. These happen if something is happening to you that is bad. So, like there are spells that will have you roll, like a charisma saving throw, maybe to prevent you from potentially being charmed by some sort of magic, or a wisdom saving throw to prevent you from being completely just. I think things like hold person are a wisdom saving throw. Um, Intelligence saving throws can be like there are creatures that do a lot of psychic shit, and there can be like a legitimate intelligence saving throw to see if you can block them out of your mind or something, or a constitution saving throw if somebody shoots you with a poison arrow and you're trying to not get poisoned by that poison. Dexterity saving throw if like the floor breaks out from under you and you need to make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can catch yourself in time to back away from the edge before the rock crumbles and makes you fall down to unknown depths. Someone trying to push you over a cliff, strength saving throw, or something heavy falling on you, or some, I don't know. Saving throws are just you getting out of bad situations.
God.
Yeah, and as a cleric, you are proficient with wisdom and charisma saving throws. So, you have that going for you.
And I got the stairs.
Yes, and you have a high dexterity, which means you're going to do pretty decent at dexterity saving throws.
Could I, like, let's say in game or whatever, right? Could I, like, possibly, like, level up my dexterity more if I had, like, the opportunity to?
Yes. Go to your cleric class in D&D Beyond.
Class. Yes.
Now go to your class features.
There.
Scroll up.
Two.
The table above.
Yeah.
Do you see all the levels where it says ability score improvement?
Those for improvement?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At those levels, you get ability score improvements. Those are when you get to level up, your ability scores. How that works is go back to Roll20.
Yep.
Is you get 2 points, and you can put these 2 points anywhere, right? You can put, say, you wanted to put both points into Constitution. Now you have a +1 Constitution modifier. But you can also split them up. Say you wanted to put 1 into Dexterity to bring that to an 18, and 1 into an Intelligence just to cap that off at a +1, right? You can do that. Alternatively, there is a rule. You can forego the ability score improvement entirely in turn for instead getting a feat. There are a bunch of different feats, and they all do different stuff, and some of them are incredibly overpowered, especially with certain playstyles. So, it's kind of up to you whether you want to improve your ability score to help you kind of roll better, or if you want a feat to give you other abilities that will help you a lot as well. Yes. How much free time do you have tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Lunes, right? Monday.
Yeah.
Vamos a ver. I hate not being able to see. Monday, 10:20, 11:25, 2:40. I have completely free after 4 p.m.
After 4 p.m. Okay. That is plenty of time for you to go online, go onto D&D Wikidot, and Wiki, and read through all the feats that are available.
I should.
And with that, honestly, you can kind of just open up a bunch of different tabs. Like, this feat looks interesting, I'll open that up in a new tab. If this looks interesting, I'll open that up in a new tab. And just have them open, and then from there, you can look at your character sheet, look at your the cleric table that shows what you'll get at each level, and kind of plan out, like, okay, well, I want to do, my 4th level and my 8th level, I'll do ability score improvements, bringing up my dexterity and maybe my strength or my constitution or whatever the hell you want to bring up. 12th, I'll get a feat. This one feat that really looked fucking awesome, I'll get that feat. Maybe 16th level, I'll do another ability improvement score just to bring my my wisdom up even higher so I can do more spellcasting stuff. And then if we even make it to 19th level, which I doubt we will, maybe add another feat there, or however you want to do it. You could make it all feats, you could make it all ability score improvements, you could make just the first one a feat and the rest of it's all ability score. But I just do what you want to do.
Love it.
Yeah. It's pretty great.
Very.
Alright, so yeah, I think that concludes lesson 1.
That's one done. Character.
Yes, your character is complete.
Yay.
for now until you level up. Once you level up, then you'll have to add more stuff. But
we'll get to that bridge when we get to that bridge.
yes, we will get to that bridge when we get to that bridge. That is correct. I still have to. I gotta find like alternate days to get Dawn's character sheet figured out, and then I gotta get Catherine figured out. Yeah, I gotta do it before next Sunday because I don't want to have like you guys like in the game doing shit while they're still figuring out their character sheets. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So yeah, I'll try to get their shit in. But yeah, do you feel like you learned?
Honestly, I do because I feel brain fried.
Good.
As it should be.
Yes. Yes, as it should be. What was I gonna say?
Words.
Words, yeah.
Preferably English.
Well, hopefully it wasn't just a learning experience, but an enjoyable experience.
Yeah, your songs are very like entertaining. One.
Thanks. Thank you. I try my hardest. Oh, you know what? I did forget something.
What'd you forget?
I'll try to get you and Nosferatu back on here tomorrow. It's just the Simic scientists, they get to learn 2 languages of their choice. So you guys get 2 more languages that you can pick.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah. So I'll try to go through that with you guys tomorrow. I'll have to bring up the list of languages so you can look through them and decide which ones you want. But
Love it.
yeah. All right. I'm gonna sign up. I'm probably not gonna go to bed because I think Dawn said he wanted to come up on at around 2 in like 10 minutes. So I gotta hold out for him. Plus I usually watch YouTube before I go to bed anyway. But you definitely need to go to bed. So.
No, let's sleep. Anyway, wait, before you go, technically we did make a bet. I don't know what we were betting on, but we made one. And
right.
You actually won, which is unfair, but you won.
Was it 6?
It was exactly 6.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So for next time, figure out what you want to win.
I'll consider your dono my payment.
Okay. Alright, well, I gotta sleep, and you go watch your UberTube. If you do end up talking to Don, tell him I said hi.
Alright, I will.
Goodbye.
Bye. And actually, my dearest viewers, if he's getting on anytime soon, I might actually just stay on stream so that I can stream getting his character sheet together. We'll see though. How you guys doing? Yeah, sorry. I usually do read chat, but I literally had my one screen here with shit up so I could read shit here, and then I had more shit on this screen so I could read shit here. Sorry about that. Trying to read your name. Rosales Edgar? Sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to ignore you. Edgar, what's up? Thank you, thank you. I do my best. I try. Wow, that was incredibly... It scared the shit out of me. But thank you. Thank you for the follow. Alright. Alright, so. Hi. How's it going? He's, my friend Don is gonna jump in, but he just got home. He's gotta go, get himself settled down before he hops in, so, what we're gonna do while he waits is I'm gonna go through some characters I made, because I went on a character creating binge, and maybe answer some questions if you have any. I don't know, like, you might know every goddamn thing about D&D. I've got no idea. You're brandy new. Hi, hello, how are you? I've asked that like 70 times now. I need to stop repeating that same sentence like an asshole. I've talked about this character before, but not to you guys. So we're going to go over this character. This is Click. Click the Kenku Artificer. I fucking love Click. I love Click because, in lore, the Kenku not only are unable to talk with their own voice, they're unable to come up with their own creative thoughts. And, it's all because of this ancient, powerful entity that got fucked over by their race, and so he took their wings, and he took their voice, and he took their creativity. They're very good at replicating things, like mimicking voices and replicating work to be able to, function. But supposedly they're unable to have their own creative thoughts. And so Click is the Kenku that could. Whether she was blessed by some kind of god, whether the curse or whatever seems to be wearing off, whether it was never a curse and just some weird suppressive propaganda that was spread, or whatever the reason, this is a very inventive Kenku. And she starts out as a fighter because she starts out as a gunslinger. Her whole story is... Actually, you know what? I'll read it to you. I'll read you her story. I used a bit of Kenku lore just to kind of... just a little bit. Just a twinge. Born in a small village and raised there for a time. She was born in a small village and raised there for a time. By the age of 3, Click was starting to make strange mechanisms to help in completing mundane tasks, but was praised only for her ability to learn, and asked who she'd seen create such things. The Kenku are said to be unable to form original thought, that they are only good for copying works of others on an expert level, that they lack the ability to be creative. It's said that in ancient days, the Kenku angered a powerful entity from another plane, and that this mysterious entity took vengeance by placing 3 curses upon their entire race. He took their wings, so they would be stuck on the ground. He took their creativity, because they used it to scheme against him. The Then it's weird. I'm reading it at a weird angle. Let me turn my fucking monitor so I can see properly. Then finally, he took their voices so they would not divulge any secrets. Click rejects these legends and wishes to prove the world wrong. At the age of 12, she left to become a sailor, knowing that in order to create anything of her own, she would have to learn much from the world around her. And sailors, well, they get to see the whole world. She'd get to meet all kinds of people and learn all kinds of things. She joined the crew of a traveling ship called the Azuridian. The ship's owner is Captain Yuno, a tall, dark-skinned human woman who took a liking to Click and her ambitions. She taught her much about the world, about sailing and fighting. Captain Yuno is who Click mimics the most when speaking. After about a year, Click took what she'd learned and crafted the world's first firearm. When Click isn't fulfilling her duties on deck, she's in her personal quarters, tinkering away. This chickadee right here. She's an artillerist artificer. She takes a gunslinger for 5 levels just so she can get that extra attack. And then the rest is Artificer Artillerist. Let me read you the bullshit that the Artificer Artillerist gets. And why this is so good. You see, Artificers, you know, they get the they get their weapons and their fancy magical shit, and they get to make like temporary magic items, and they can kind of cast spells using those temporary magic items. They can infuse things, which the infusing ability is pretty cool. Tool expertise, whole lot of tinkering bullshit. Let's talk about the real cool shit, huh? The Artillerist. 3rd level Artillerist feature, tool proficiency. You gain proficiency with woodcarver's tools. If you already have proficiency, you gain proficiency with another type of artisan's tools of your choice. Artillerist spells. You always have certain spells prepared after you reach a particular level in this class. As shown in the Artillerist spells table, these spells count as artificial spells for you, but they don't count against the number of artificer spells you can prepare. I cannot talk right now for some reason. This is fucking awful. Shield, Thunderwave, Scorching Ray, Shatter, Fireball, Wind Wall, Ice Storm, Wall of Fire, Cone of Cold, and Wall of Force. All dope-ass spells. Eldritch Cannon. You've learned how to create a magical cannon using woodcarver's tools or smith's tools. You can take an action to magically create a small or tiny eldritch cannon in an unoccupied space on a horizontal surface within 5 feet of you. A small eldritch cannon occupies its space, and a tiny one can be held in one hand. Once you create a cannon, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest or until you expend a spell slot to create one. You can only have one cannon at a time and can't create one while your cannon is present. The cannon is a magical object. Regardless of size, the cannon has an AC of 18 and a number of hit points equal to 5 times your artificer level. It is immune to poison damage and psychic damage. If it is forced to make an ability check or saving throw, treat all its ability scores as 10. If the mending spell is cast on it, it regains 2d6 hit points. It disappears if it is reduced to hit points or after 1 hour. You can dismiss it early as an action. When you create a cannon, you can determine its appearance, whether it has legs. You also decide which type it is, choosing from the options on the Eldritch Cannon table. On each of your turns, you can take a bonus action to cause the cannon to activate if you are within 60 feet of it. As part of the same bonus action, you can direct the cannon to walk or climb up to 15 feet to an unoccupied space, provided it has legs. So I can straight up make a cannon that can walk around and shoot shit. Eldritch Cannon, Flamethrower. The cannon exhales fire at an adjacent 15-foot cone that you designate. Each creature in that area must make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC, taking 2d8 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. The fire ignites any flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. Force Ballista. Make a ranged spell attack originating from the cannon at one creature or object within 120 feet of it. On a hit, the target takes 2d8 force damage, and if the target is a creature, it is pushed up to 5 feet away from the cannon. Protector. The cannon emits a burst of positive energy that grants itself and each creature of your choice within 10 feet of it a number of temporary hit points equal to 1d8 plus your intelligence modifier. Arcane Firearm. You know how to turn a wand, a staff, a rod, or an arcane firearm into an arcane firearm. A conduit for your destructive spells. When you finish a long rest, you can use a woodcarver's tool to carve special sigils into a wand, staff, or rod, and thereby turn it into your arcane firearm. The sigils disappear from the object if you later carve them onto a different item. The sigils otherwise last indefinitely. You can use your arcane firearm to as a spellcasting focus for your artificer spells. When you cast an artificer spell through the firearm, roll a d8 and you gain a bonus to one of the spell's damage rolls equal to the number rolled. Explosive Cannon. Every eldritch cannon you create is more destructive. The cannon's damage rolls all increase by 1d8. As an action, you can command the cannon to detonate if you are within 60 feet of it. Doing so destroys the cannon and forces each creature within 20 feet of it to make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC, taking 3d8 force damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. Which means I could have this thing doing 3d8 damage per shot if I have it doing fucking Force Ballista. And then blow up in people's faces doing another 3d8. And in a 20-foot area. And then finally, Fortified Position. You're a master at forming well-defended emplacements using Eldritch Cannon. You and your allies have half cover while within 10 feet of a cannon you create with the Eldritch Cannon, as a result of a shimmering field of magic protection that the cannon emits. So now my cannon, my kick-ass cannon, now protects anybody who's within 10 feet of it. You can now have two cannons at the same time. You can create two with the same action, but not the same spell slot. And you can activate both of them with the same bonus action. You determine whether the cannons are identical to each other or different. You can't create a third cannon while you have two. This means I can have one small and one tiny, or both small, or both tiny. One that spits fire, one that does the force cannon, or maybe one that does the temporary hit points, and one does the force cannon, or fire, or both healing, and I can choose whether they have legs or not. So, essentially, by the end of it, I could have a shoulder-mounted cannon, right? That could either be a cannon or a healing beacon. That pretty much turns me into a paladin of sorts, with the whole radius heal thing. While at the same time have a walking turret that follows me around and shoots people and helps anybody nearby. Or I could have one attached to the other, because there's no rule saying I can't do that. One that does healing, one that does damage, or one that does the force and one that does the flamethrower, or maybe two flamethrowers, I don't know, just to deal an extra amount of damage to a single target. Or I could have them kind of spread out. Tactical advantage. I could have them both be healing beacons. It's just it's disgusting. It's fucking great. Love it. I love the idea of that. Click is like my favorite character that I've made. One of my favorite characters that I made. And then we have this guy, another artificer that I love. He's a dwarf. He's a hill dwarf who took 4 levels in artificer and then the rest in fighter. Here's why. Let me show you why. You see, actually, let me read you his backstory first. Let me just. Obril Balther is his name. Obril was born and raised in a dwarven city named Greknala. He was always very juvenile, but knew not to cross the guards there. His parents never treated him very well, but the patrons and taverns sure did. Because of his upbringing, he never really learned any real skills. He learned he liked to fight, and that he likes excitement, so he took up a job doing some bounty hunting. Find some burglars, beat the crap out of them, and get paid. All without the strict rules of a guard captain. It was perfect. He even had a deal running with the City Thieves Guild. They give him info and access to their eyes and ears, and he helps clean up the competition. Though it slowly grew boring, he found himself reading books in his free time, and found an interest in the work of an artificer. He began doing some research, and then and when he wasn't tracking down robbers, he was in his home learning and tinkering. There wasn't an adrenaline rush, but there was something about it he really enjoyed. The perfect at-home hobby for him to do to unwind. Well, until he ran out of beer, that is. He would drink almost the entire time he was tinkering. But even his pet projects didn't seem like enough after a while. He needs more. Now, this motherfucker is a cavalier. Right? Cavalier fighter, battlesmith, battlesmith artificer. Let me tell you why that is so important. You see, the battlesmith at third level, when you first get the battlesmith, which by the way, I brought him to 4th level. I don't remember why I brought him to 4th level. Why did I bring him to 4th level? Ability score improvement, that's why. I brought him to 4th level because I wanted him to get the ability score improvement so that it would line up. Right. Battlesmith. So, tool proficiency. You gain proficiency with smith's tools. If you already have this proficiency, you gain proficiency with another type of artisan's tools of your choice. Battlesmith spells. You always have certain spells prepared, blah, 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 blah. The spells are Heroism, Shield, Branding Smite, Warding Bond, Aura of Vitality, Conjure Barrage, Aura of Purity, Fire Shield, Banishing Smite, and Mass Cure Wounds. Battle Ready. Your combat training and your experiments with magic have paid off in 2 ways. You gain proficiency with martial weapons, and when you attack with a magic weapon, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of strength or dexterity for the attack and damage rolls. Which means as long as I have a magic weapon in my hands, I can do all the fighter shit. All of it. Using my intelligence modifier. I don't have to be strong in order to be a good fighter. Steel Defender. The bread and the butter. Your tinkering has borne you a faithful companion, a steel defender. It is friendly to you and your companions, and it obeys your commands. See this creature's game statistics in the Steel Defender stat block, which uses your proficiency bonus, PB, in several places. You determine the creature's appearance and whether it has 2 legs or 4. Your choice has no effect on its game statistics. In combat, the defender shares your initiative count, but it takes its turns immediately after yours. It can move and use its own reactions, and use its reaction on its own, but the only action it takes on its turn is the dodge action, unless you take a bonus action on your turn to command it to take another action. That action can be one in its stat block, or some other action. If you are incapacitated, the defender can take any action of its choice, not just dodge. If the mending spell is cast on it, it regains 2d6 hit points. If it has died within the last hour, you can use your smith's tools as an action to revive it, provided you are within 5 feet of it, and you expend a spell slot of 1st level or higher. The Steel Defender returns to life after 1 minute, with all its hit points restored. At the end of a long rest, you can create a new Steel Defender if you have your smith's tools with you. If you already have a Steel Defender from this feature, the first one immediately perishes. The Defender also perishes if you die. Now let me just go through this thing's stats real quick. Armor class, 15. Natural armor. It's not bad. Hit points, 2 plus your intelligence modifier plus 5 times your artificer level. That's fucking crazy. That's a crazy amount of health. Especially if you have some good intelligence. 5 times. Now remember, you get this at 3rd level, right? That's already baseline. Even if you don't have a good intelligence, which you need to have a good intelligence, that's already 32 points without the intelligence modifier. At 3rd level. 32 points at 3rd level. Imagine if you have a high intelligence modifier. Say 4. Then you got 36. That's crazy. That's wild. It's wild, man. It's wild. Okay, sorry. Movement speed of 40. Strength is a 14. Dexterity is a 12. Constitution is a 14. Intelligence is a fucking 4. That's terrible. Wisdom is a 10. And Charisma is a 6. Which makes sense. It's not really meant to bring on conversation, and it's not meant to do anything other than follow your instructions, so that makes sense. Saving throws. Dexterity +1 plus proficiency bonus. Constitution +2 plus proficiency bonus. Skills, athletics +2 plus proficiency bonus. Perception +0 plus proficiency bonus times 2. So it's just your perception is just proficiency bonus multiplied by 2. Damage immunities, poison. Condition immunities, it can't be charmed, it can't be exhausted, and it can't be poisoned. Senses, dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 10, plus your proficiency bonus doubled. Languages, understands and the languages you speak. Vigilant, the defender can't be surprised. Actions. Force Empowered Rend. Melee attack. Your spell attack modifier to hit. Reach 5 feet. One target you can see. And it hits with 1d8 plus proficiency bonus force damage. The magical mechanism inside the defender. Repair 3 per day. The magical mechanism inside the defender restores 2d8 plus proficiency bonus hit points to itself. Or to one construct or object within 5 feet of it. Reaction. Deflect attack. The defender imposes disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature it can see that is within 5 feet of it, provided the attack roll is against a creature other than the defender. Remember I said that he's also a fighter, cavalier. I can choose what this thing looks like and whether it has 2 legs or 4 legs, which means I can turn this thing into a mount for a cavalier fighter. This thing. This thing. Weird direction. It's over here for me, but it's over here for you. This thing is a monster. Let's go into fighter, shall we? Let's see our cavalier fighter. No. Actually, what did I have? What's his face pick for a weapon? What does he have for a weapon? Unarmed, you say? Okay, I don't remember what I gave him, but I definitely didn't leave him unarmed. I could have sworn I gave him something. Hold on. Come in. What does he get? Crossbow, scamail. Oh, Yukawa. Right. Why those? Oh well. How much does the crossbow do? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so this motherfucker is using a Yukawa in one hand and a light crossbow in the other. Actually, I don't think it can. Two-handed? Yeah, it's two-handed. Maybe just a light crossbow. Probably just a light crossbow. What did I pick for his fucking fighting style? 2 weapon. Okay, so it is 2 Yokowas. It's not the crossbow, but he has a crossbow if he needs it. So, fighting style, the dual wielding, second wind, action surge, martial archetype. That's the subclass, which we're choosing cavalier. Bonus proficiency. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain proficiency bonus. Proficiency in one of the following skills of your choice: animal handling, history, insight, performance, or persuasion. Alternatively, you learn one language of your choice. Born to the saddle. Starting at 3rd level, your mastery as a rider becomes apparent. You have advantage on saving throws made to avoid falling off your mount. If you fall off your mount and descend no more than 10 feet, you can land on your feet if you're not incapacitated. Finally, mounting or dismounting a creature costs you only 5 feet of move, rather than half your speed. Unwavering Mark. Starting at 3rd level, you can menace your foes, foiling their attacks and punishing them for harming others. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can mark the creature until the end of your next turn. This effect ends early if you were incapacitated or die, or if someone else marks the creature. While it is within 5 feet of you, a creature marked by you has disadvantage on any attack roll that doesn't target you, this being the tank. In addition, if a creature marked by you deals damage to anyone other than you, you can make a special melee weapon attack against the marked creature as a bonus action on your turn. Interesting. You have advantage on the attack roll, and if it hits, the attack's weapon deals extra damage to the target equal to half your fighter level. Damn. Regardless of the number of creatures you mark, you can make this special attack a number of times equal to your strength modifier, minimum of once. And you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. Ability score, extra attack, ability score, more martial types, warding maneuver. At 7th level, you learn to fend off strikes directed at you or your mount, or other creatures nearby. If you or a creature you can see within 5 feet of you is hit by an attack, you can roll a 1d8 as a reaction if you're wielding a melee weapon or a shield. Roll the die and add the number rolled to the target's AC against that attack. If the attack still hits, the target has resistance against the damage, against the attack's damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier, minimum of once, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. Hold the line. Actually, wait, let's go back up to class features. 8th, ability score improvement. 9th, indomitability. 10th, hold the line. You become a master of locking down your enemies. Creatures provoke an opportunity attack from you when they move 5 feet or more while within your range. And if you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the creature's speed is reduced to 0 until the end of your end of the current turn. Ferocious Charger. No, let's go back up. Then another extra attack, and another ability score, and then another use of Indomitable, and then another ability score, and then more archetype. At 15th level, you can run down your foes whether you're mounted or not. If you move at least 10 feet in a straight line before attacking a creature, and you hit it with the attack, that target must succeed on a strength saving throw. DC 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength modifier, or be knocked prone. You can use this feature only once on each of your turns. And then finally, because it's the last level he'll ever get, that's the last ability improvement score. Artificer, robot mount, intelligence fighting skill, and a whole bunch of fuckery to just take over the battlefield. I would love to play this character at some point. Obril Balfour, the dwarf artificer fighter. What a mad lad. These are just randoms. I didn't even come up with good shit for these. I just made these guys. These these are gonna come in handy in the these are characters I made for the lessons for when that turns into a game. This is my evil character. This is the only evil character I've ever made. He's a douchebag. He's a rich douchebag too. Chaotic evil. He starts off as a noble. Backstory: noble douchebag. I didn't even give him a proper story, but he's a wizard with the blade singing subclass. For those of you that don't know, it's essentially just wizardry with fancy sword attacks. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. I would enjoy playing him because I've never played an evil character, and doing the whole magic sword thing would be interesting. Then we have Avalara Nethriu, or Hallow. The reason she has two names is because I gave her the faceless background. She's pretty much a D&D vigilante. because why not? Monk, Way of the... Which one is this? I have two monks that I really liked. Okay, this is the Way of the Ascended Dragon, which is fucking dope. Let me read to you what the Ascended Dragon does. Bird, yes. Hi, Crow. How's it going? This particular character is not Bird. This particular character is an Aasimar. This is Avalara. I don't know if I made a backstory for her. I might not have. It's a possibility. Let me look. No, I didn't make it. Like, I didn't make an actual. I have a basic idea. Family killed by assassins. Friends taken by a crime syndicate. Decided to be a vigilante. I never did anything yet. I just got done doing D&D lessons. I just got done teaching a class on character creation to start with. We're going to be meeting again next Sunday, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, to do our next lesson, which will be actually starting to kind of play and get into it and teach them what playing is like. We're starting at level 1. The reason I'm going through this stuff right now is because I have a friend that kind of missed out on the lesson. He already knows quite a bit, but he needs to make his character so that he can join in later. You already have a character? Yeah, me too. I also already have a character. I already have several characters. I have 22 characters. I have a lot of characters. Too many characters. Way of the Dragon is essentially I punch you, I can turn my punch into elemental dragon damage. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. It's not like the sorcerer subclass where like you pick one Draconic Bloodline. It's not like you pick one type and then you're stuck with that type. Like every single time you use this ability, you get to then choose what type it is, which is fucking broken. If you can't already, you learn to speak, read, and write Draconic. If you fail a Charisma Intimidation check or a Charisma Persuasion check, which was no, it's not. No, it's not. It's based in a D&D world, sure, but playing the game is nothing like actually playing D&D. It's not. There's not a single video game out there that's actually like playing D&D. They're two very different beasts. I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's a good game. I liked playing Neverwinter. I didn't get too far, but I enjoyed Neverwinter. Definitely a fun game. Definitely, it is owned by D&D. It's got plenty of D&D lore. It's very interesting to play, but it is not the same. Yeah. You can use your reaction to re-roll the check as you tap into the mighty presence of dragons. Once this feature turns a failure into a success, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Damn. Breath of the Dragon. You can channel your... I looked it up, and apparently this is actually the proper spelling of chi. Even though it's Ki, it's apparently chi. You can channel your chi into destructive waves of energy like the dragons you emulate. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of the attacks with an exhalation of draconic energy in either a 20-foot cone or a 30-foot line that is 5 feet wide. Your choice. Choose a damage type: acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. Now remember the different damage types with like being a dragonborn or an actual dragon. Whatever element you have, that determines whether it's a cone or a line. You do not get to choose. This one you just straight up get to choose. You can have fire breath in a line. That's fucking broken. Each creature in the area must make a dexterity saving throw against your chi save DC, taking damage of the chosen type equal to 2 rolls. 2 rolls of your martial arts die on a failure and half as much on a success. That is crazy. Damn. At 11th level, the damage of your breath increases to 3 rolls of your martial arts die. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. While you have no uses available, you can expend 1 key point to use this feature. Okay. Wings unfurled. When you use your Step of the Wind, you can unfurl spectral draconic wings from your back that vanish at the end of your turn. While the wings exist, you have a flying speed equal to your walking speed, which is cool, but it's only for that one turn. So it's not like you get to keep flying, it's just you dodge out of the way and get wings that can fly away for like a split second and then it's gone. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. While you have no uses available, you can spend 1 additional key point when you activate Step of the Wind to use this feature again. Aspect of the Worm. The power of your draconic chi now radiates from you, protecting your allies from harm and punishing any who raise arms against them. As a bonus action, you can create an aura of draconic power that radiates 30 feet from you for 1 minute. That's 10 rounds. 10 rounds of combat. Choose acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison damage for the duration. You gain the following effects. This is a bonus action, which means you can do this in the midst of combat, which means you can get into combat, assess the situation, know what you're dealing with, and then choose an element for this. This subclass is broken. You and your allies within your aura gain resistance to the chosen damage type. Broken. Fucking broken. Waves of destructive energy flow out from you and your allies when any of you are attacked. When you or one of your allies in the aura is hit by an attack made by another creature within the aura, the target that was hit can use their reaction to deal an amount of damage of the chosen type equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die to the attacker. So, as long as people stay close to you, they can pretty much go no you to damage. Once you use this bonus action, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest, unless you expend 4 chi points to use it again. Still, 1 minute? You only need to use that once, and it's a bonus action. That's fucking crazy. And at 11th level, how many chi points do you have at 11th level? 11th level? 11 points. Right, that makes sense. God damn. Ascendant Aspect. Your dragon chi reaches its peak. You gain the following benefits. You gain Blind Sight out to 30 feet. Blind Sight. That's fucking crazy. Within that range, you can effectively see anything that isn't behind total cover, even if you're blinded or in darkness. Moreover, you can see an invisible creature within that range unless the creature successfully hides from you. When you damage a creature with your breath of the dragon, the energy clings to the target at the start of each of the creature's turns. It takes damage of the type of your breath, equal to one roll of your martial arts die. At the end of its turn, the creature can repeat the save, ending the effect on itself if it's successful. When you activate your aspect of the worm, Draconic Fury explodes from you. Choose any number of creatures you can see within your aura. Those creatures each take 40-10 acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison damage, your choice. Jesus. Subclass is fucking broken. So that's what Avalara is. One of my very few female characters. Let's see, Click is a female character. Avalera. I think that's it. I think Heart is a male. And this Vemra's female. I don't remember. Oh well, anyway. Let's take a look at Heart. Heart is another character I would love to play. He's another Kenku, Burb, and another monk. Monk Barbarian mix, mind you. Let's just take a look at his background, his backstory. Now, those that don't know, I use like actual like D&D lore to make a lot of these. Like the reason that my two Kenku's names are Heart and Click is because the whole thing about Kenku's is, if you look into it, they name their children based off of sounds that they hear, that they like. Everything is about sounds because they're all about mocking different sounds and stuff, and so like even the places that they live tend to be named after the sounds they hear nearby. So Hart was a scrawny kid who lived in a Kenku camp in the eastern forests called Russell. It was a large clan of the same name. The tradition there was that all Kenku would get their name at the age of 4 in a naming ceremony. This is because Kenku have a lot shorter lifespan than humans, so their maturation is kind of sped up. In a naming ceremony. Before then, children are called to using very specific mimicked sounds. It was a very peaceful life. Hart was given his name because his mother, Wind, claimed he was hers. Her heart. It was a very touching moment, and as a tight-knit community, it was felt throughout the whole clan. Even his older brother, Soul, was in tears. Soul. Hart hugged his mother and wore what has since been his last smile. A commotion arose from the camp's front gateway. Screams echoed and grew louder. Warning cries were screeched through the air. People began running towards the back of the encampment, as warriors readied their weapons. Then, finally, they got close enough to see the attackers, men and women dressed in black cloaks, wielding barbed swords, axes, and clubs. Their numbers were staggering. It was like an ocean of black cloth pouring in and washing over them all. Hart watched as they beat and tortured and killed everyone he'd never known. They seemed to be targeting the adults. His mother told him to run, but they were both captured, and he was forced to watch her suffer and then die. After they finished making sure all kids watched their loved ones die, they rounded up all the children and began killing them, from oldest to youngest, as babies were taken away in baskets. They left the weakest-looking child for last, Hart. After all this, countless bodies and a sea of blood around him, they tied him up to a wooden post. One of the figures walked up, and in an unfamiliar voice said, "We are the cult of Loviatar, and our purpose is to spread pain to as many as possible, because only from the deepest pain can the weakest become the strongest." The voice then shifted, as the figure removed his head. "Isn't that right, brother?" It was in fact Sol. Sol proceeded to beat and torture his own brother as his fellow cultists went from house to house, taking all that was valuable, breaking all that was breakable, and burning the rest with torches. Hart passed out from the pain and woke up a few days later in another place. A tabaxi man was sitting next to him, tending to his injuries. "Relax, take it easy. Your wounds still need time to heal. You are safe. My name is Abbot Murik." He explained how he saw a large pillar of smoke coming from the forest and found the camp in ruins. He searched as much as he could, but found Hart to be the only survivor. Hart agreed to stay, and the monks healed him, raised him, and trained him. They taught him how to follow Torm, god of courage and self-sacrifice, as well as how to fight like they do. Though, despite their teachings and efforts, they could not ease the deep pain and anger inside of Hart. So, his brother was real fucked up. His brother was with the followers of Loviatar. Loviatar is the goddess of pain by lore. And essentially what they did was they went in with the plan to cause the most pain possible. Kill all the adults, make the kids watch. And then once that's done, well, not just kill, but like torture and then kill all of the adults. And then do the same to the kids one by one, starting with the eldest, knowing that the youngest of the kids and the weakest of them would find the most pain, and seeing those they looked up to receive this punishment. Yeah, because of their real fucked up philosophy that only the most extreme forms of pain, emotional and physical, will forge the strongest people. And what's fucked up is they're kind of right, because they make Hart go on a vengeance trip. He starts out as monk for 11 levels, and then after 11 levels, he loses control and becomes a barbarian and starts to rage out and shit. Let me show you why that mix is disgusting. You see, he's a monk in the way of the astral self. And he becomes a barbarian in the path of the zealot. Why the zealot? Well, because he still follows Torm, right? The monastery, they taught him to follow Torm. Well, you see... Let's go to monk. Let me show you what kind of bullshit this motherfucker's got. Way of the astral self. Your mastery of your... Which, by the way, if you don't know what monks do, monks, pretty much, they can use simple weapons that don't need two-handed, and unarmed weapons. And not unarmed weapons, unarmed attacks. And both of those things, instead of just dealing, like, unarmed deals normally 1d4 damage, and the simple weapons just kind of deal what they deal regardless, the damage raises. Those weapons count as monk weapons and increase their damage as he levels up, right? So his fists by 5th level are dealing 1d6 damage. By 11th level, everything that he's got is dealing at least 1d8 of damage, including his fists. At 17th level, when he finally gets way, way up there, he's dealing 1d10 damage with everything. It's fucking crazy. On top of that, he gets unarmored defense, which means as long as he's not wearing things, he is way stronger. With his chi, he can do things like hit somebody and then immediately do 2 unarmed strikes, which, as you saw from this, can do a lot of damage as a monk. Let's see, he also gets unarmored movement, which means whatever he can move. Say he moves 30 feet, now he can move 40 feet, just because he's not wearing armor. And then 45 feet. And then 50 feet. And then 55 feet. And then 60 feet. He also gets an extra attack. Quarterstaff. Whack, whack, kick, kick, using his chi to do a flurry of blows. Just all kinds of shit. Deflect missiles. The ability to literally, if somebody fires an arrow at you, you can just, nope. Nope, not today. Slow falling. You can use reaction when you fall to reduce any fall damage you take by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level. Starting at 4th level, that's 20. 20 feet. Usually, that deals quite a bit of damage. 20 feet? Ouch. Yikes. But not with that. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. Reduce any falling damage you take by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level, which means you can take up to 20 points of damage and be fine. You can just straight up negate 20 points of damage. I don't know why my brain did that. Listen, it's fine. Stunning strike, basically you can just stun someone for a turn if you decide to. Chi-empowered strikes, your fucking fists. Your fists and your feet now count as magical weapons. Magical weapons. For the purposes of overcoming resistance and immunity. If you're going up against a monster and your barbarian friend is going at him going, I can't hit him, he's always just resistant and immune to my non-magical weapon. And you just go up and punch the motherfucker and deal way more damage because your fists are magical. The 7th level, you could just, as in action, if you're charmed or frightened, you can just say, I don't want to be anymore. No, we're done with that. Charmed? No, I don't want to. Purity of body. She makes you immune to disease and poison. Imagine doing that going up against a fucking poison dragon. Tongue and moon. Touch the minds of others. You can understand all spoken languages. Moreover, any creature that can understand a language can understand what you say. That's great. Mastery of Chi allows you proficiency on all saving throws. All saving throws. Proficiency. All of them. At 14th level. Goddamn. Timeless body. Sustains you. You no longer age. You also no longer need to eat or drink. Empty body. You can turn invisible and get resistance to literally all damage but force. You can cast astral projection without needing to any of the material components. Monks are strong. Monks are strong as fuck. He stops at 11th level though, I'm pretty sure, right? 11th. Right? Pretty sure. Yeah, 11th. Stops at 11th. So, Astral Self. Your mastery of your chi allows you to summon a portion of your astral self as a bonus action. You can spend 1 chi point, just 1, To summon the arms of your astral self. When you do so, each creature of your choice that can see you within 10 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take force damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die. So just because of how big your fucking astral arms are, they bust out, and anybody close enough to get hit by it gets fucking rocked. For 10 minutes, these spectral arms, 10 minutes. That's 100 rounds. That's 100 rounds. 10 minutes. 1 minute is 10 rounds. That's 100 rounds. That's fucking crazy. You can have these out for 1 point. You just spend 1 point, you get this shit for 100 fucking rounds. These spectral arms hover near your shoulders or surround your arms, your choice. You determine the arm's appearance, and they vanish early if you are incapacitated or die. While the spectral arms are present, you gain the following benefits. So you could choose the arm's appearance. You could make them look like fucking giant bendy dicks if you wanted to. I don't give a fuck. You can make them look like literally anything, just as long as they fit the size. You can use your wisdom modifier in place of your strength modifier when making a strength check and strength saving throws. So monks focus a lot on wisdom and dexterity, so if you're playing a monk, you're probably going to have high wisdom, which is why that's important, because if you don't have a high strength, you can just instead use your wisdom, because astral self fucking arms. You can use the spectral arms to make unarmed strikes. When you make an unarmed strike with the arms on your turn, your reach for it is 10 feet greater than normal. 5 feet greater than normal, 10 feet total. The unarmed strikes you make with the arms can use your wisdom modifier in place of your strength or dexterity. Which means essentially as long as this particular character has a high wisdom, they're going to be doing all sorts of damage. Modifier for the attack and damage rolls. And the damage type is force. Which there's not a whole lot of things that have resistance to force, by the way. Visage of Astral Self. You can summon the Visage of your Astral Self as a bonus action, or as part of the bonus action you take to activate Arms of Astral Self. You can spend 1 chi point to summon this Visage for 10 minutes. So in other words, you can have the Visage or the Visage and the arms at the same time. Why the fuck wouldn't you do both at the same time? Why? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you do that? Every time. 1 point for both of them? Are you shitting me? Hell yeah. The spectral visage covers your face like a helmet or mask. You determine its appearance. Again, you can literally have that mask look like anything. Anything. While the spectral visage is present, you gain the following benefits. Astral sight. You can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical. Not just dark vision. Dark vision means you can see, but you don't see color. This says you can see normally in darkness, which means you can see like there's no darkness whatsoever. No dark vision, just see like fucking, it's bright as shit in the room. Both magical and non-magical, which means someone casts the darkness spell, you could see fine. You're the only one, you can see perfect. To a distance of 120 feet. That is huge. That's huge. Wisdom of the Spirit. You have advantage on Wisdom, Insight, and Charisma Intimidation checks. I guess that's why someone might choose to just do the mask if they're out of combat and wanted to do Insight or Intimidation. That would use just the mask to do that, because you don't need the arms really for that. Word of the Spirit. When you speak, you can direct your words to a creature of your choice that you can see within 60 feet of you, making it so only that creature can hear you. Alternatively, you can amplify your voice so that all creatures within 600 feet can hear you. Damn. '11th level. Remember, I leveled him up to 11th with monk. This is where he stops being a monk and starts being a barbarian. Well, more like he stops leveling up as a monk and starts being a barbarian. When you have both your astral arms and visage summoned, you can cause the body of your astral self to appear. No action required. The spectral body covers your physical form like a suit of armor, connecting with the arms and visage. You determine its appearance. While the spectral body is present, you gain the following benefits. Deflect energy when you take acid, cold, fire, force, lightning, or thunder damage. You can use a reaction to deflect it. When you do so, the damage you take is reduced by 1d10 plus your wisdom modifier. Empowered arms. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a target with the arms of astral self, you can deal extra damage to the target equal to your martial arts die. Goddamn. Now, if I took this motherfucker all the way to level 17, which I'm not going to, but if I did, you would get this. Your connection to your astral self is complete, allowing you to unleash its full potential. As a bonus action, you can spend 5 chi points to summon the arms, visage, and body of your astral self and awaken it for 10 minutes. This awakening ends early if you are incapacitated or die. While your astral self is awakened, you gain the following benefits. Armor of the Spirit. You gain a +2 bonus to armor class. Astral Barrage. Whenever you use the extra attack feature to attack twice, you can instead attack 3 times if all the attacks are made with your astral arms. Do you understand how crazy that is? All of those count as unarmed attacks. And at level 17... At level 17, you are now dealing 1d10 per hit because of your monk dice. 1d10. So, and on top of that, okay, what does it do initially, right? Let's see what this does, right? Arms. The unarmed strikes you make with these arms can use your wisdom modifier. So these unarmed strikes, they reach 5 feet greater than normal. You use your wisdom modifier in place of your strength for both the attack and damage, and their damage type is force. And already, they deal 1d10, right? 1d10 per hit. But then on top of that, because of the body of astral self, you deal another d10 per hit. Whenever you use the extra attack feature to attack twice, you can instead attack 3 times if all attacks are made with astral arms. That means you are doing 3 different attacks that are each 2d10, plus spending another key point to do a flurry of blows, which is 2 more hits, both doing 2d10. That is so fucking strong. That is so fucking strong. Oh, but he doesn't. He stops at 11. He stops at Body of Astral Self, which is still a lot. Because that's still... I mean... That's 4 attacks instead of 5. However, it's level 11, so... How much is that? 1d8. So it's doing 2d8 per attack for 4 attacks. But then he switches over to being a barbarian. Now, as a barbarian, you can rage. And when you rage, as a bonus action, it's a bonus action. You have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Hold on. I have advantage on strength checks and saving throws. When I go to make a melee weapon attack using strength, I get a bonus to the damage roll that increases as I gain level in barbarian levels. Now it's how many? 9. Rage damage up to level 9. Really just a +2 for most of it, which is fine. +2 is great. Now, mind you, with the monk thing, I'll be dealing damage with wisdom, right? It's using my wisdom modifier instead to deal damage and attack. So I would have to do this with a DM that would be okay with allowing me to use my rage damage with my wisdom bullshit. I mean, I suppose I could bypass it by just having a better strength and choosing to use my strength instead of, right? Because you can just decide which one you want, right? Let me double check that. Astral Self, Arms, Striker guy. Can use your wisdom, yeah. So you can choose to. So technically, if I just raise my my strength a shit ton, which is a fucking tall order because with monks you have to make sure that your dexterity and wisdom are high, because that'll increase your armor class. And then on top of that, you have to manage your strength. That's a lot. That's a lot to raise high. That's a lot to get at a high level. It's a tall order, especially if you roll shitty on your stats. But if you can manage to do it, magic items, I'm sure, will help a great deal as well. You'll probably get things that are enchanted to give you more strength that don't count as armor, so you can remain unarmored. So either do that or have a DM that's willing to let you do the whole wisdom thing and still get the barbarian rage bullshit. But either way, you'll be getting extra damage from just being a barbarian in rage, on top of your fucking 2d8 per attack at this point, for potentially 4 attacks in a row, spending cheap points. And on top of that, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Sorry, my whole ass computer just fucking froze up for a minute. I don't know where it started to freeze, I apologize, but whether you find a DM that's willing to let you use wisdom with your rage damage, or are able to focus your wisdom, dexterity, and strength, you'll still be getting that +2 bonus to your damage, on top of being able to do 2d8 damage per attack for 4 attacks if you use Chi for Flurry of Blows. Which you can do while you're raging, by the way, because it's not a spell. And on top of that, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Your rage lasts for 1 minute and ends early if you are knocked unconscious, or if your turn ends and you haven't attacked a hostile creature. Unarmored defense. Now here's where it kind of shifts a bit. Depending on how you built your character, you could technically... I don't know why you wouldn't have been focusing on wisdom, but if you haven't been focusing on wisdom and you've been focusing on dexterity and constitution instead, you could still have a really high fucking AC. You can use a shield and still gain this benefit. No. That ruins everything. Reckless attack. Starting at 2nd level, you can throw aside all concern for your defense and to attack with fierce desperation. When you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on melee attack rolls using strength during this turn. But attack rolls against you have advantage until your next turn. Again, you would either have to have high strength as a monk already, or have a DM that's willing to let you use your wisdom. But that would add even more disgustingness to what is already the disgusting 2d8 2d8 fucking damage for 4 attacks. Danger sense. You gain the uncanny sense of when things nearby aren't as they should be, giving you an edge when you dodge away from danger. You have advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects that you can see, such as traps and spells. To gain this benefit, you can't be blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. Primal Path. Now, we took Zealot. Let's take a quick look at Zealot, shall we? Because it's literally just the first ability. I only get the 3rd level. Primal Path, that's all I get. Because the bus stops at 9th level. I do not get another one. I just get the first. So let's take a look at that, shall we? Path of the Zealot. Divine Fury. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you can channel Divine Fury into your weapon strikes. While you're raging, the first creature you hit on each of your turns with a weapon attack takes extra damage equal to 1d6 plus half of your Barbarian level. This is Dungeons and Dragons, my friend. I'm talking about characters I've made while I may wait for one of my friends to hop on. About 2 hours ago, I got finished with a lesson. Today was my first lesson teaching some people how to play D&D. Only 2 of 4 showed up, but the 3rd said he was gonna maybe hop on soon. So I've just kind of been talking around in circles, waiting for him. I will be doing another class next Sunday, where everybody, because today was getting their character sheets ready, getting them ready for it, and next weekend they'll be actually starting, and I'll be getting them going on actually playing a game and teaching them as I go. Hi, Smokey. Usually I'm playing games. Most nights you'll see me streaming playing games. Usually I play. Lately I've been playing Skyrim. I've been doing a run of Skyrim. I'm trying to get everything done in Skyrim, do all the main quest shit, and then move on to the DLCs. So yeah, this particular character is a Kenku. His name is Hart. Essentially, he lived in a Kenku village, it's called Russell, because by Kenku lore they name pretty much everything after sounds and different things that make sounds that they like. And Hart's brother was secretly part of a cult that worshipped fuck was his name? Her name? The goddess of some kind. Notes. Leviatar, the goddess of pain. And they did a whole bunch of fucked up shit. Tortured and killed all the adults, made the kids watch, then they started killing the kids, and they stole all the babies away, and left Heart, the weakest of them, alive, with the philosophy of... their whole thing is they want to spread as much pain as possible to as many people as possible, believing that only those that experience the most extreme kinds of pain can become the strongest. And so that's their fucked up way of justifying their shit as we're helping you, we're dragging you through this fucked up pain, watching your entire village get tortured and murdered to make you stronger. But the fucked up thing is kind of does make him stronger because it brings him on a vengeance path that makes him fucking overpowered. You see, he starts off as a monk, because he gets taken into a monastery that worships Torm, who's the god of, the fuck is he the god of? Hold on. It's in his, Torm, god of courage and self-sacrifice. And they start to teach him, how to fight, and try to teach him how to, do monk shit. But they couldn't here. Though despite their teachings and efforts, they could not ease the deep pain and anger inside Heart, which is why you see here he eventually multi-classes into Barbarian, because the rage inside him just builds up and builds up and builds up and builds up and finally explodes. Yeah, he's a monk, Way of the Astral Self, which if you don't know what that is, essentially... by 11th level, which is where he switches over to being Barbarian, by 11th level he can pretty much summon giant astral, like ghost-like arms, a face mask, and his entire body. And essentially what that means is he can punch people like way farther away, 5 feet farther than normal, dealing 1d8 damage per attack, 4 attacks per turn, because he's got the extra attack and he's got the flurry of blows. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then maybe I'll teach you sometime. But essentially it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of broken damage. And I was just talking about how when he goes into Barbarian, how disgusting that is, because he's already doing all this ridiculous amount of damage, which is force damage, by the way. It's force damage, which there's not a whole lot of things that have resistance to force damage. How he gets, if he's built right and has enough strength, he starts getting benefits from simply raging and dealing more damage because he's raging, and being resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage because he's raging. Giving himself advantage on all the attacks, not all the attacks, but every first attack of the turn because he's raging. Actually, I don't even think you have to be raging for that, but anyway. Yeah, and then Path of the Zealot. We were just getting into that, which means starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you can channel Divine Fury into your weapon strikes. While you're raging, the first creature you hit on each of your turns with a weapon attack takes extra damage. Now, this would have to be kind of edited with a DM that would let you use this, even though technically with the Astral Self you'd be using unarmed. It's not a weapon attack. So you would have to be with a DM that would allow that to kind of bend the rule a bit. And if you do, then the first attack of each of those gets either 1d6 plus half your Barbarian level in necrotic damage or in radiant damage. I like to go with necrotic damage because A, necrotic damage is cool, and B, this is brewing from a very dark path and a very dark place, and a lot of rage and a lot of hate and anger and a path of vengeance. This is not angry righteousness. This is This is just pain, pure, unbridled pain coming out of him. At 3rd level, your soul is marked for endless battle. If a spell such as Raise Dead has the sole effect of restoring you to life, but not undeath, the caster doesn't need material components to cast the spell on you. So, not only are you fucking overpowered by this point, but you can also be revived really easily. Oh my god. Let's see what else, shall we? Fast movement. Speed increases by 10 feet while you aren't wearing armor. Which, by the way, does not say that it is independent from the monk's speed. Which means... wow, just... yikes. Feral instinct. Your instincts are so honed you have advantage on initiative rolls. Additionally, if you are surprised at the beginning of a combat aren't incapacitated, you can act normally on your first turn, but only if you enter a rage before doing anything else on your turn, which is fine. Brutal critical. Beginning at 9th level, you can roll 1 additional weapon damage die when determining the extra damage for a critical hit with a melee attack. This increases to 2 additional... we don't have to worry about 13th level, because 9th level is the capstone. That's it. That is all he gets. 11 plus 9. That's it. 20 levels. Heart's a badass. He's a burb, but he's a badass. Just fucking rage, tear his fucking ghostly arms out, and start beating the shit out of people. The first punch landed just doing a disgusting amount of initial damage. Come out of the gate. Boom! Necrotic damage. And then just fucking pounding him with 3 more 2d8 attacks. 2d8 plus 2 plus... strength or wisdom, depending on what DM you have, plus proficiency. Hey man. Not proficiency. You don't add your proficiency to bonus to damage. Just the attack, but strength or wisdom. Yikes. Oh wowza. Next we're gonna look at Rem. Rem is my first and I think my only Warforged, right? Yeah, he's my only Warforged. So, Warforged, Fighter, Sorcerer. I don't even remember what I was going for with this guy. I don't remember what I was trying to do with the whole mixed match thing. Let's look at this. Battlemaster and Aberrant Mind. What was I doing? Why did I choose that? We're about to fucking find out. Do I have a backstory for him? I do. Hey. Rem's earliest memories are waking up on a table in a simple-looking building surrounded by... Which, by the way, if you don't know, Warforged are exactly what they sound like. They were pretty much machine men. If you've ever seen an Exo in Destiny or... There's a million other references that are just like this, and I don't know why I can't think of any of them. But that, they're pretty much the fantasy version of that made magically. They have their own personalities, their own feelings. They can feel pain, make their own decisions. They're people. They're pretty much people, and they were initially created for war, but after the wars were finished with the major, divine wars and all that, they kind of stopped really having a purpose, so they had to start searching for another purpose. And I think it's even thought that some of them, or most of them, or maybe even all of them, it's like in lore, it's like even lore says it's a theory that they are the consciousnesses of other people to put into these bodies. I think, unless I'm literally just getting it mixed up with fucking Exos from Destiny. Either way, they're ancient and they're kind of an unknown, and nobody really knows exactly how they were created. But Rem's earliest memories are waking up on a table in a simple-looking building surrounded by tools as a halfling blacksmith hammers away at one of the plates on his torso. "What are you?" he started to say. This startled the halfling woman. "Ah, you tin hunk of... Oh, you scared me," she yelled. "You're scared? I wake up on a table with a strange, small woman attacking my abdomen?" Rem shouted back. This is poor acting, by the way. Don't... not to say I'm a professional or anything, but I can do better than this. I'm just very tired, and my throat and vocal cords are hurting right now because I've been talking for fucking... When did I start? Almost 6 hours straight. I've been talking for almost 6 hours this whole fucking time. My throat hurts. And I'm gonna have to talk more if Dawn ever gets on. I'm gonna message him. Alright, where the fuck was I? Rem shouted back. Right. Strange small woman attacking my abdomen. The woman paused and then laughed. She explained that she'd found him collapsed outside of town, nearly torn apart, and that even though she didn't understand the science behind warforged bodies, she knew how to fix damaged metal and wood. She introduced herself as Dodru, Forge Master of Orellum. She spent the next 2 days putting Rem back together, and they became fast friends. Once he was fixed up, she took care of him and taught him about the world, society, and how to work the forge. In this time, he also learned some fighting skills. He even found himself defending the shop a few times. After 4 years, Rem decided it was time to do something else with his life. The lessons he'd learned were important, but he needed to find out more about himself. Where he came from, why he has no memories, who created him, what he was originally created for, and so much more. He wouldn't find these answers staying in a small town, so he took off with a traveling trader, another woman named Neris, a wood elf. In their travels, she taught him leatherworking and how to better carry himself, teaching him how to be more charismatic. Neris got along well with Rem, but she didn't understand him enough to create a truly close friendship. Rem, while he was learning from her, mostly played the part of bodyguard as they traveled from town to town, city to city. Eventually, Rem decided he wasn't getting enough useful information, and thought he'd try being a merchant himself, as that's all he'd learned since waking up. He traveled all over in search of answers, but found that nobody in this day and age seems to know much of anything about the Warforged. He also learned that, despite his charisma and skill, he didn't have the mind required to succeed as a businessman. He's now in search of some other way to make something of himself and find real answers, though he is getting closer and closer to giving up. That's a rem. First things first. First things first. I love that song, but I don't know the words like at all. The master of my CEO. Oh, the master of my CEO. Oh. Warforged are fucking dope. The Warforged are so cool. Here we go. The Warforged were built to fight in the last war. While the first Warforged were mindless automatons, House Cannith devoted vast resources to improving these steel soldiers. An unexpected breakthrough produced sapient soldiers, giving rise to what some have only grudgingly accepted as a new species. Warforged are made from wood and metal, but they can feel pain and emotion. Built as weapons, they must now find a purpose beyond war. A Warforged can be a steadfast ally, a cold-hearted killer, or a visionary in search of meaning. So... Warforged are formed from... Okay, so... It is definitely known how they are made. I was just getting it confused with fucking Destiny, which is fine. It happens. Warforged are formed from a blend of organic and inorganic materials. Root-like cord infused with alchemical fluids serve as their muscles, wrapped around a framework of steel, dark wood, or stone. Armored plates form a protective outer shell and reinforced joints. Warforged share a common facial design, with a hinged jaw and crystal eyes embedded beneath the reinforced brow bridge. Behind these common elements of Warforged design, the precise materials and build of a Warforged vary based on the purpose for which it was designed. Although they were manufactured, Warforged are living humanoids. Resting, healing magic, and the medicine skill all provide the same benefits to Warforged that they do to other humanoids. Okay, they did that just for the purposes of, being able to heal the player easily. The Warforged were built to serve and fight for most of their existence. Warforged had a clearly defined function and were encouraged to focus purely on that role. The Treaty of Thronehold gave them freedom, but many still struggle both to find a place in the post-war world and to relate to the other creatures who created them. The typical Warforged shows little emotion. Many Warforged embrace a concrete purpose, such as protecting allies, completing a contract, or exploring a land, and embrace this task as they once did war. However, there are Warforged who delight in exploring their feelings, their freedom, and their relationships with others. Most Warforged have no interest in religion, but some embrace faith and mysticism, seeking higher purpose and deeper meaning. The typical Warforged has a sexless body shape. Some Warforged ignore the concept of gender entirely, while others adopt a gender identity. The more a Warforged develops its individuality, the more likely it is to modify its body, seeking out an artificer to customize the look of its face, limbs, and plating. Okay. Warforged traits. Constitution by 2, any other by 1. Age is fucking endless. A typical Warforged is between 2 and 30 years old. The maximum Warforged lifespans remains a mystery so far. Warforged have shown no signs of deterioration due to age. You are immune to the magical aging effects. Damn. Alignment, don't care. Size. Your size is medium. To set your height and weight, randomly start with the rolling. It's a whole bullshit. You don't have to do that at all. You really don't need to. You can just pick your height and weight. Walking speed is 30. Constructed resilience. You were created to have remarkable fortitude, represented by the following benefits. You have advantage on saving throws against being poisoned, and you have resistance to poison damage. You don't need to eat, drink, or breathe. You are immune to disease. You don't need to sleep, and magic can't put you to sleep. Centuries rest. When you take a long rest, you must spend at least 6 hours in an inactive, motionless state, rather than sleeping. In this state, you appear inert, but it doesn't render you unconscious, and you can see and hear as normal. So you're technically resting, but if anything comes up, you can see and hear it like normal. Integrated protection. Your body has a built-in defense layer, which can be enhanced with armor. You gain a +1 bonus to AC. You can don only armor with which you have proficiency. To don armor other than a shield, you must incorporate it into your body over the course of 1 hour, during which you remain in contact with the armor. To doff the armor, to take it off, you must spend 1 hour removing it. You can rest while donning or doffing armor in this way. While you live, the armor incorporated into your body can't be removed against your will. So no matter what you're wearing, you just have a straight up +1 bonus to your armor class. And whatever armor you wear literally just becomes a part of you. Specialized design. You gain 1 skill proficiency and 1 tool proficiency of your choice. Languages. You can speak, read, and write Common and 1 other language of your choice. So Warforged, on their own, are fucking cool. Now what did I choose? Fighter and Sorcerer. I still don't remember what I was trying to make. I guess we'll figure it out, huh? Okay, rules. Fighter. Battlemaster. How many levels? 6. Okay, maneuvers. That makes sense. Doing the maneuvers was fucking dope. Actually, let me look at what his maneuvers are. Actions. Maneuvers. Commanding presence. When you make a charisma intimidation or a charisma performance or charisma persuasion check, you can expend 1 superiority die and add the superiority die to the ability check. Maneuvering attack. When you hit with a weapon attack, you can expend 1 superiority die to add to the total to the damage roll, and allow a creature that can see or hear you to use its reaction to move up to half its speed without provoking opportunity attack from the target of your attack. Interesting. Now, why did I choose... I might have to go into edit just to see what I was looking at. I have no idea what I was doing. Fighter. Let's check it. Fighting style, 2-weapon fighting, of course, my obsession. Action surge, martial arts type. Battlemaster. Student of War. Riposte. Okay. What was I doing? I must have been doing something. Origin, Aberrant Mind. What does that mean? What does the Aberrant Mind do? Psionic spells. I don't know what that means. I don't remember what I was thinking when I made this. Why did I want this? Telepathic connection. Okay. That's cool. I think. Guys, I don't know what I was thinking when I made this. I think it just... I think I just wanted a battle mage. I think I wanted a Warforged battle mage. I think that's what I was going for. Which I did. I made one. It's actually pretty cool. Not as cool as some of the other ones, but, you know. Dual wielding and then casting spells, and with the... I think I gave myself Warforged. No, Warcaster, didn't I? Must have given myself Warcaster. Somewhere along the way. Tough Feet's fucking broken. Warcaster. Okay. Which, to be honest, I would have had to get that earlier. I probably would have done it here instead. But, what Warcaster essentially allows me to do is it doesn't matter if I have two weapons in my hands, I can still cast spells that require somatic, even though somatic is usually hand movements. I can cast it with swords in my hand. I can cast the spell, which means I can slash the fuck out of somebody and then cast the spell, which is perfect because I believe I could cut somebody twice and then do a bonus action spell, or I could cut somebody once and then do a full action spell. Because I think that counts as an attack, right? You can double that as an attack? I don't know. I think... No, probably not. The rules probably dictate that you can't do that. That would make sense if you are unable to, because it's a full action, and your first attack is technically kind of half of an action with the extra attack. Alright, so it doesn't seem like he's gonna be coming, which means I just waited like 2 hours, almost three hours. It's fine. It's not his fault. He got caught up in some shit that he wasn't expecting to deal with. I'm gonna go to fucking bed. I'm exhausted. My throat fucking hurts. I've been rambling on about my characters, which I'm sure hasn't been entertaining, considering that 2 different people came in and they just fucking left. Like right after. Like, hey, what you doing? Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. More Skyrim tomorrow. Probably. Most likely more Skyrim tomorrow. Look forward to it. Oh my god. Legend, you are a fucking legend. Staying up this goddamn late with me, you psychopath. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. Love you. Good night. Fuck everything.